Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 15th, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting. The board just finished a work session at 5 o'clock. For those of you that were here, thank you for coming in. We're talking about annual budget items as we get close to finalizing that budget and presenting that to the public in the very near future. The first item up this evening is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. And as always, I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience this evening that would like to lead us in an invocation and a pledge, you can come forward and do so. And since no one's jumping up at that, I will ask Commissioner Beaumont if you would do that for us this evening.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, we thank you for this glorious evening. Lord, we thank you for the weather that it has changed, Lord, marking the beginning of a wonderful time in the season here at Currituck. But I ask that you would bless this meeting this evening, Father, that you would bless each and every participant, every attendee. Lord, I pray that you would provide this Board of Commissioners wisdom as we consider the issues before us this evening, Lord. And I pray that you would be with each and every person in here, that they would have safe travels home. And this, in Jesus' name I ask. Amen.
Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Paul. All right, next up we have our Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest Statement. Our County Attorney, Ms. Moran.
Pursuant to GS 153A-44, a commissioner has a duty to vote on matters coming before the board, but may be excused from voting on issues involving the commissioner's own financial interest, official conduct, or on matters on which the commissioner is prohibited from voting under GS 14-234 or 160D-109. In accordance with Chapter 2, Division 3 of the Currituck County Code of Ordinances, it is the duty of every commissioner to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any commissioner have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the Board of Commissioners in this meeting? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict.
I spoke to the county attorney this week. My son runs North Beach Water Sports in Corolla. He's worked there for probably 4 years. Even though he doesn't live in my house, if something happened or whatever, it wouldn't pass, he might end up having to live back in my house. So, indirectly. So with that being said, he's like a upper level management, I guess would be his title there. So I think, I know Commissioner Etheridge had to do the same thing, reference to the sand mine. So I brought it up to Megan last week. We talked about it. She did some research, and so I'm going to request to be.
All right, well, when we get to that agenda item, then I'll ask the board for a motion to allow you to recuse yourself because of a familiar tie to this. Okay.
Thank you.
Also on the Lotus Ridge, does not your wife, isn't she employed?
If she was employed by him, I would have stated it. I didn't state it. She doesn't work for him. I've done zero work for Quality Homes, Allied Properties, LLC. I'm not going to have my character questioned in this meeting. So if there was an issue, I stated the first one. I didn't say anything about the second one for a reason. Thank you.
Does she not, is she in Fusion Property Management?
She is. She does not work for him directly. So, no, she doesn't manage any property that I've voted on in the last 5 years, nor will she. So I don't question you, so I don't appreciate your tone towards myself.
All right.
I'm just.
If it would have been an issue, I would have brought it up, and I'm pretty sure I didn't. So thank you.
Okay, little drum. All right, I too had some questions about, I don't know how many board members know this or not, but my family owned the Inn at Corolla Light, and I own the water sports business for over a decade that is before us this evening. So I had some questions as to whether or not I had a conflict of interest, had multiple discussions with the county attorney, and I basically got it okay because of the way that the language is spelled out. I have no financial ties with them whatsoever at this point in time, nor have I had any with them. So just wanted to put that out there, that I too have had some questions, and they were cleared up by the county attorney. So Next up, we have approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an agenda amendment to the regular meeting, an additional budget amendment number 202-301-76 to the consent agenda to fund repairs to the Corolla Village Road handicap ramp, and to the Tourism Development Advisory meeting, an additional budget amendment number TDA 202-3025 to budget amendments to fund repairs to the Corolla Village Road handicap ramp.
Okay, so I'll make the first one, item H, under consent agenda, and then the second item for the TDA of budget amendments under the special meeting of the Tourism Development Authority. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, next up is public comment. As always, you have 3 minutes to speak while you're up here. When you come up, please state your name and address for the record. And the first person I have signed up this evening is Ms. Cameron Lowe. Long time no see.
Right. Good evening, everybody. My name's Cameron Lowe. I reside at 619 Idlet Road in Idlet, and I'm here this evening as your County Extension Director to speak to you in reference to an item on the consent agenda this evening, which is the proclamation of June 11 through 17 as Local Foods Week here in Currituck and surrounding counties here in the northeast of North Carolina. First off, I want to applaud you for prioritizing the promotion of agriculture and rural preservation in your 2019 strategic planning work. And I think that proclaiming Local Foods Week is one way that we can recognize our farming, fishing, and other food production industries here in Currituck County. So I'd like to take a moment and just read the proclamation if permitted.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the proclamation reads, whereas Coastal North Carolina Local Foods Week is being celebrated throughout the region June 11th through the 17th, 2023, in order to bring greater awareness of the nutritional, economic, and social benefits of local foods in North Carolina. And whereas healthy eating is vital to building a healthy regional food system in Currituck County, and addressing obesity and related chronic illnesses can be strengthened through greater consumption of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and other locally produced foods. And whereas Currituck County is home to community gardens, roadside markets, many food-related businesses, and numerous community organizations which address issues related to food production, nutrition, and food business development for Currituck County residents. And whereas agriculture and agribusiness contributes $50 million in total income each year in Currituck County, providing a large share of the economic output in the county. And whereas Currituck County is supportive of numerous community initiatives to develop, expand, and strengthen a local food system which is accessible, resilient, and environmentally compatible and inclusive of all citizens. And whereas consumers, farmers, and fishermen benefit from the expansion of a local food system which includes direct sales of food products from farmers and fishermen to consumers, development of value-added food products by local businesses in Currituck County, and institutional purchases of locally produced and caught foods directly from farmers and fishermen. And whereas consumers can make substantial positive impact on local, regional, and state economies by purchasing from local farms, fishermen, and producers, Currituck County encourages citizens to commit to purchasing local foods during the week of June 11th through the 17th. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Currituck County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim June 11 through 17 and hereafter the second full week of June as Local Foods Week in Currituck County, and urges citizens of our community to support local agriculture and purchase more high-quality, locally produced foods and learn about the benefits of agriculture and local foods in Currituck County. So again, I just want to thank you for your consideration and support of that proclamation. At Extension, we do local food education pretty much year-round on a variety of scales, but I hope that during that week of June 11th through the 17th, you'll see a bit of a more robust push for community education, and hopefully we can move that needle in our local economy and for our local foods producers and food establishments. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, next up, Ms. Janet Rose.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Janet Rose. I reside at 212 Pointers Road, Moyock. I have a couple of things I'd like to talk with you this evening about. One is the water test. When you all purchased that building across from McDonald's, a sign went up at the water department saying, "We will no longer do water test." I have used that service many times, as have other residents in the county. People moving to Knott's Island, Gibbs Woods, Puddin Ridge Road, South Mills Road, just to name a few, do not have access to county water at times. So they need a water test oftentimes to get their loan to purchase a home. I had to have a water test done last week for a client, and I had to go to Camden to get it done. So I'd like for you to try and bring the water test service back to us. And my next thing is about the schools. You know, in the past, and I've been on the school board 6, 7 years now, and I was a teacher for a long time before that, you all always followed that CPI, the index, as far as inflation goes. And most of the time, we'd see an increase of 2% in per pupil spending, 4%. Well, this year, as we all know, inflation is through the roof. And I believe the CPI is 8%. And I've just heard this evening that you're talking about not following what we've done in the past. I did hear something about that when I attended your budget work session, that you might do 6%. Now I'm hearing maybe 5%. I'd just like to remind you that our inflation is affecting our schools just like it is everybody else. 2 weeks ago, you all held a work session. I was out of town. And at the very end of your meeting, you held another work session to discuss the new elementary school. I was very disappointed that no one from our staff was invited, nor was the Board of Education. I know that you all are all very smart people, but I don't think anybody knows what the schools need more than our staff. And I think we should have been included. We have had to struggle with overcrowded schools at the north end of the county. You kindly appropriated, you found the money to do an addition at Moyock Elementary, Moyock Middle. We're almost there. They're going to open this fall. We're going to be in good shape. We purchased land on Tolls Creek Road, over $800,000 for a new elementary school. We felt like things were moving in the right direction. And then at the work session, it appears that we're going to put that on hold for a year or two. I've spoken with just about every one of you. That is not the right decision. I think we need to move forward with that school, and I think it just wouldn't be wise for our children to do anything else.
Janet,
Thank you.
We are.
You're moving forward with the school?
We were just talking about it in the work session. I think you were in here, right?
I was not at this work
Oh,
session.
this one tonight before the meeting.
I was not here, so you're
well, we
telling
are.
me you're
Yes.
moving forward.
Yes. We had some concerns about funding it and the tax increase that we're faced with. As you know, you were at our work session for that. So we figured out how we could keep it on track and on schedule and hopefully have it completed on time.
Then I applaud each of you for doing that, because for the last 2 years, our elementary students at Moyock have had to have lunch in the classroom, and we've had 3 classes meeting in our library, teachers with students. So, you know, we've got through it. Those teachers up there are hard workers, but we need that new school.
Well, it's coming.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have David Estee. Is that correct? Good evening, sir. If you
Good
would
evening.
give us your name and address for the record, please.
My name is David Estee. I reside at 563 Puddin Ridge Road in Moyock.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm calling because I'm concerned about the Lotus Ridge project, or I'm talking tonight because I'm concerned about the Lotus Ridge project for many reasons. The first was just discussed about the schools and the school capacity and bringing that many new people in, 177 new houses and families, and the infrastructure that surrounds that.
Hold you up one second here. Is it appropriate for him to speak about that during public comment or during the?
Well, we are going to have a public comment section within that hearing, and that would be the better time if that's what you're going to discuss.
Yeah, because
right
I want to
now.
implore this considerations.
Okay. So when we get to that, I'll add your name to that. When we go into that agenda item, we have a public comment section, which would be more appropriate for you to speak at that time.
Great,
Does that work for
appreciate
you?
it, thanks.
All right, thank you. Oh, you're on it. You already signed up for it. You did a good job. All right. I don't have anyone else signed up for public comment this evening. Is there anyone in the audience that did not sign up that would like to speak this evening? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment and move on to commissioner reports. Hopefully we can get through this quickly tonight. We've got a lot to cover. I'll start off this evening. Very briefly, we had a Corova resident pass away, Miss Betty. She was a big part of the Wild Horse Advisory Board, and for those of you who don't know who that is, what that is, it is a board comprised of civilians, the county, the Corral Wild Horse Fund, the federal and state governments, and basically they come together and have designed how the Wild Horse Fund operates to protect and preserve our horses over in Corolla. She was an integral part of that and active with the Horse Fund. She also took care of our park in Corova, kept the bathrooms clean, and guarded the thing like it was her own house. So she will be missed, so I just want to say Godspeed for her and her family. And with that, I'll kick it over to you, Paul. Commissioner Beaumont? Nothing. All right.
Nothing
that's
this
quick.
evening, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. McCord?
High school baseball tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, I believe. They play the Sweet 16 of the playoffs. Friday night, I attended the game. They were down 8-5. Junior Caleb Dennis hit a grand slam. When he hit it, I knew it was gone. And then in the last inning, he backhands and robs a kid of a double minimum, probably a triple. So it would have been a completely different. But like I said, it was nice to see the county's doing well. There's a lot going on in the county. Stay active on social media. Not everything on social media is true, believe it or not. So I'll let you guys know that. And like I said, with the county website, traffic's getting busier. Be careful. Wrecks are up. Don't text and drive, eat and drive, and all kinds of other good stuff. And like I said, that's it. That's it for me.
Okay. Owen, how about you this evening?
Short and sweet. We have Memorial Day coming up, and that'll happen before we have another meeting. And just hope everybody will be on their P's and Q's when they're driving and be safe.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jarvis?
On May 4th, Commissioner Kitty Etheridge and I had the privilege, thanks to the board, to attend the NCACC Spring District meeting for Districts 1 and 2 in Williamston. The meeting was well-attended and covered many different topics, including the legislative updates about what the General Assembly is doing, digital information technology, and the grant information and how that it pertains to Currituck County, and then overall association updates. I don't know about Kitty, but I left that meeting feeling very, very fortunate, very, very blessed that I live in Currituck County. And I'll let her talk about more specifics if she chooses. Also, the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council held its final meeting of the 2022-2023 school year on Monday, May 8th. This group is composed of many dedicated, tireless public servants, and the successes this year speaks to those qualities of the members of that JCPC. This group supports helping our wayward and our at-risk youth get back on track. They do this through programs like Teen Court, our restitution program, and our PASS program. The JCPC this year has funded many programs that have helped these students thrive, and I'm flattered and thrilled to be part of that. These include an online program for our at-risk students called Empower You, which is a one-to-one coaching tool that offers mental health support for these kids as well. It also funded numerous teen summer YMCA memberships that will keep these kids engaged and active instead of sitting home behind maybe a video game. It also helped this year with Operation Santa in our county and numerous other resources this group has been a part of. So it was a successful year, and I look forward to being part of this group next year. And then just on a personal note, I want to thank the many citizens of Lower Currituck that have reached out to me. I appreciate your reaching out. I do try to listen to what you say, and I just want to say when people contact me and give me opinions, it really helps me make better decisions, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I can back that up because she told me today about her cause this weekend. So we had some discussion as well. Ms. Kitty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, attended the meeting that Ms. Jarvis is speaking of, and it is important to belong to the association. And I think one of the most fascinating facts that I came back with was from 2001 to 2023, the monetary benefit for Currituck County alone was over $8 million through the work that the association's done with the legislature. On May the 11th, I attended the ABC board meeting, and our board is very excited about the progress of the new store that's going up in Corolla. And I don't know if during your comment, Mr. County Manager, if you could give us a report about the store. I know that everybody's excited to see some of the work start happening then. And speaking of new things, if you've been in any of our local ABC stores, you've noticed a new point of sales equipment that they're using. And with everything that's new, there's always a learning curve. So we ask you to please be patient with the store clerks. We're just very blessed to have the people that we have working for us. On Wednesday, I'll be attending the Social Service Monthly Meeting. And our director today gave me some facts that I find really unbelievable. We're in need of foster and adoption families here in Currituck County. Currently, we only have 6 licensed families in Currituck County, and that's not enough for the children who need our care. If you're interested in becoming a foster or adopted parent, they're having an informational session which will be held virtually on June the 6th at 6 p.m. If you'd like to participate, you can contact Tiffany Sutton with the Social Service Department at 232-3083, or you can email her at tiffany.sutton@currituckcountync.gov. And we hope that some people will reach out and attend this class because we are in need of a lot of families to step forward and help with these young children who need our care. And last but not least, don't forget that the Senior Citizen and Social Service Department will be partnering with the Albemarle Commission on June the 9th for an elder abuse walk, which will take place in Elizabeth City to bring awareness to elder abuse. There will be vendors and speakers at this event with information for the general public. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 school-related issues. I'm going to just piggyback 2 on sports. I used to coach soccer in the school system, so it's I keep focused on the soccer teams. And our girls' women's soccer team has a game. I believe it's this Saturday at the Heights. It's a home match. I think it's at 4. Yes, but I believe they have a game Saturday at home. So, anyways, go out there and support your sports teams out there. Our school system has been doing well in sports, and I know they appreciate seeing people out there supporting them. And next, I know I hear talking to people out there, and we hear it all the time about students finding jobs in the county, or having careers for our graduating students in our community. And tomorrow, and I know there's some school people here, so if I'm wrong, correct me. But tomorrow at 2:00 p.m., the high school is actually honoring, I believe it's 9 students, and it's called the Career Signing Day. It's where these individuals are signing up, either have a job or getting ready to right out of high school, going through the CTE program. It's got them prepared for it. And I will be attending because I will have one of those seniors working for me after they graduate in the HVAC field, that he went through that. He interned with me last summer, and he is eager and ready to work in our community. A nice paying job for this young individual. And I'm glad that we can keep our workforce in the county and employees. So anyone out there, the school systems are working, and I know our state and legislators are working to get the CTE programs up and running hard. And any support that you can give them in the schools in that program, and other employees out there, I'll challenge you to reach out and stay active in that, intern where you can, to help career paths for these individuals out there. So I'm excited about that, and I'm excited for this individual. And we need to see more of these individuals getting prepared to come right out in the workforce. So I just want to thank the school systems for that, and we need more of that. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. All right, next up, County Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, historic Jarvisburg Colored School is about to undergo some restoration and repair. May 20th will be the last day of tours as that work begins, and we will, as soon as it is complete, reestablish visitation at that facility. On a good note, the board had previously directed that we open some of the facilities as we could at Historic Corolla Park. We now have found sufficient employees that we're going to be able to open the Maritime Museum starting Memorial Weekend through October. It will be Saturdays and Sundays, 10 o'clock a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. So we kept pushing. We had more applications, and we also had county employees as we put out the word to our existing employees if they're willing to make a little extra money and help the county out, and we had some step up to do that. So we're pleased that we're able to move forward on that. Two other things, we recently received a couple of grants. One, we received a $10,000 grant from Centera Healthcare. That grant will be utilized to extend some sidewalk walking paths in Community Park in Maple. The big news is that we received from the North Carolina 911 Board a $1.9 million grant that's going to allow us to push forward to the completion of and enhancement of our telecommunications system, and most importantly, allow us to move from a conventional system to a trunk system, which was going to be very expensive, and we weren't sure we were going to be able to do it, but glad to say that we will be able to with this grant. And then with regard to the ABC store in Corolla, A.R. Chesson is the construction company. They have begun work. If you go by there, you will see steel is up, and there's some exterior walls that have gone up. It is expected to be completed in early 2024. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. County Attorney?
Just one thing, the Southern Environmental Law Center is not going to appeal the Mid-Currituck Bridge litigation. So the litigation is over for that. There's going to be probably some other roadblocks, but at least that's out the way.
All right. Let's do the wave. Yeah, another 30 years, we'll have that bridge. All right. Moving on. Administrative reports. Item 1. We have Trillium Health in the house tonight. Their Northern Regional Director, Bobby Lowe, is here to talk to us. Good evening.
Hey, how are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. My name is Bobby Lowe. I'm the new Northern Regional Director. For probably the past 10 years, you've had Bland come and talk with you once a year. So Bland retired February 28th after about 3 decades of public service, and I started in this role on March 1st. So I'm happy to be here today. Thank you for letting me come. And I will do our annual update, and I'll try to be very mindful of your time frame. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about who we are, some Medicaid transformation changes, because that is the biggest change in Medicaid in probably 30 plus years, some organizational changes, and some specific county data. We cover 28 counties. We recently added Halifax and Bladen. Our population is 1.5 million. We served about 46,000 individuals with severe behavioral health needs last year through about 550 providers, and those services came to about $520 million. So we're divided into 3 regions. Currituck is in our northern region. We're the largest in the term of number of counties and the smallest in population. So for Medicaid transformation, this is the same thing you've been hearing about since 2017. Some of the biggest changes that have happened in July of 2021, standard plans went live. And what that means is these 5 insurance companies are managing health care for people with Medicaid, even people who have mild to moderate behavioral health needs. And what that means is there are people who are receiving behavioral health services that are no longer managed under Trillium. So they're managed under one of these 5 insurance companies. So for the LME MCOs, which is what Trillium is right now, we're going to be moving into tailored plan. That date has changed a lot. It has moved from July 1st to December to April 1st, and then February of this year, they moved it back again to October 1st. So that has changed since you actually got this presentation, I think. So when it goes live, and we think it will, the reason has been pushed back is to allow all the LME MCOs to be ready. The way the legislation is written, if all 6 of us are not ready, they won't let anyone go live. And that's just the way it's written. We have had lots of reviews for that, and we have pretty much met our benchmarks. So at Trillium, we're ready. We were ready to go live in April. So we will continue to be ready in October. The biggest change with this is we have managed mental health, behavioral health care for years. We're going to be bringing into care medical care and pharmacy care. So for individuals who have the most severe behavioral health needs, substance use, intellectual and developmental disabilities, we're going to be managing their total care. We've always supported these folks for mental health, so it will be new with us covering their physical health care as well.
Was that, I'm sorry to interrupt, was that something that was put on you guys?
So it was the way legislation was written around Medicaid transformation. Medicaid transformation broke out people who have mild to moderate or no behavioral health symptoms, and they're served under the insurance companies.
Okay.
For individuals who have those more severe needs, we're able to become a tailored plan and serve all of their health care needs because we've already been supporting this population. These are the people we've been serving for 3 decades anyway.
Okay.
And so our population isn't changing drastically, but what is changing is we'll be covering all of their health care, and people who are just receiving basic services, that's not going to be under us anymore. It's through those insurance companies.
Okay, thank you.
The good thing with us doing it is that we're still your local people. We have staff who live in all of our counties. We're familiar with our counties, and we understand our counties a little bit better than probably like a private company that's not familiar with our neck of the woods at all. This will be our region. We're the light green. It's not changing at all. We'll still manage these same 28 counties as of today. So we started doing some care management December 1st. That was a soft rollout that's tied to the tailored plan. We're working with pharmacies now. We have over 2,000 pharmacies contracted with us. We have to have staff to oversee contracts with 2,000 pharmacies, and it's thousands and thousands of physical health care providers. So it's the doctors, the cardiologists, the hospitals, the OT, the PT. We're contracting with all of those individuals. So we will be managing that payment. They'll be, billing us for that, authorizations through us for all of our population. We've had some staff changes to get ready for this. We've brought in community liaison coordinators. So we have staff who work specifically in each county, and they attend community meetings like you were speaking of JCPC, and any of those community meetings we actually try to participate in to continue to have a local presence. We're working with one of the standard plans because physical health care is new to us. We're working with a standard plan, Carolina Complete Health, to help us get ready for managing physical health care. We're also bringing in population health into care management. So they're looking more from a population standpoint of how do you treat certain diseases and certain conditions to help as many people be healthy as possible. We've had some major changes to our call center. So we still have our 24-hour crisis line. That hasn't changed. That's staffed by licensed clinicians any day of the week. We have added a pharmacy line. Because we're managing pharmacy benefits, our members need to have access to questions about their drugs. So we have a pharmacy line. We've added a provider line that's specifically for those providers of services. And we've added a nurses line. With our care management, I just really wanted to point out we have an ED disposition team now, and they work directly with all of our EDs when people are in the emergency room on what their disposition might be or what options are out there for treatment after they leave. We also have DJJ team now. We actually hired, we looked up, we hired the chief court counselor from District 1, and he now works with us as our DJJ lead. And so that helps us work really well with juvenile justice because he speaks their language, and it will be a great liaison for us. A couple updates. We did some opioid settlement. We got some opioid money too, and so with our money, we just put it out there for grants. Albemarle Regional Health Service has gotten some, and they did some lock boxes and things like that. We will continue to distribute naloxone kits. I'll probably be calling you in a month or so with some Narcan to see where it should go in Currituck. We also have been doing some co-responder pilots, and that's where we're putting like integrated family services, mobile crisis staff in with law enforcement or social services. And so that's something new we're looking at doing in different areas. We also just had the grand opening with New Hanover County of the Healing Place. And so I know that Wilmington is not real close to Currituck, but it is an 18-month long-term recovery that is led by peers for people who are recovering from addictions. And it's for anyone in our 28 counties are able to access that. And it's not just a 3 or 4 day stay. People stay 12 months, 18 months. It's much more of a long-term option for people. So for Currituck County, we serve 512 folks, 374 for mental health, 122 for substance use, and 69 for intellectual and developmental disabilities. That's all I got.
Questions, comments?
Selena, I want Commissioner Jarvis to know I did invite Bobby to the next opioid crisis meeting she's going to attend. So, as part of Trillium.
All right.
Definitely.
Well, I guess that's it. Thank you very much this evening. Appreciate
All right.
it. Appreciate
I'll
you
try to
coming out.
keep it
Thanks for your
quick.
time. All right. Next item this evening is public hearings. Item 1, PB 23-03, North Beach Water Sports LLC. North Beach Water Sports LLC is requesting a special use permit for outdoor recreational uses for property owned by Lightkeepers Hospitality LLC located at 1066 Ocean Trail. Tax max 115B, parcel P4B3, Poplar Branch Township. And Kevin, you need to recuse yourself on this one?
I do, and I need to ask one quick question. My wife, sorry, I was on my phone. She cut herself real bad, so I'm going to go. How long was this, 30 minutes, you think? Hour?
Yeah.
So I'm just
If you
going to
need
run and check. I think she needs stitches, so I'm just going to run and check.
Well, then, can I have a motion to,
So moved.
thank you, all in
I'll be
favor?
back.
Aye.
Thank
See
you.
you when you get back. No rush. Take care of your wife. All right, I'll let him get out of here and then we'll jump into it. Fine, man. All right. All right, as this is a special use permit, we have to swear in anyone that's going to be involved with this. So anyone that's going to be involved with this North Beach Water Sports, from North Beach Water Sports, is going to be testifying, needs to come forward and get sworn in. And if we don't have enough Bibles, you can do the... All right. If you would all raise your right hands, please. You all solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, or help you God. Thank you. All right. Mr. Kemp, you'll be presenting tonight for the staff? Sir. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Commission. As you heard, this is a special use permit for outdoor recreation. Just to give you an idea of where the site is in the northern part of Corolla. It is on the west side of Ocean Trail. More specifically, the applicant shares a property with the Inn at Corolla Light. You can see the property there. The property is zoned SFO, Single Family Outer Banks, and is in the Corolla Light PUD. Just to give you a little background on the request, the applicant is currently operating under a special use permit that was approved on June 7th, 2020. This use permit allows for the operation of a 15-passenger tour vehicle, and the rental of 8 jet skis. I will note that they are no longer doing the horse tours that they were originally with this use permit. What this use permit does is it modifies the activities that are permitted. What it will include is wave runners or jet skis, kayaks and stand-up paddle boards, parasailing boat, pontoon boat, and boats pulling bananas or tubes. The Imagine Currituck plan designates this site as well as the surrounding area as G2 controlled growth. There are several policies to consider in the evaluation of this request. They are found on page 6 of your agenda packet, but I will summarize them briefly here. There are land use policies. 1.3, consider community character. 1.4, protecting the uniqueness of the county through preservation of open space, wooded areas, and water views from the road. And 2.1, encourage businesses to coordinate site design, including parking and access. There are Parks and Rec goals and policies. Goal 1, to improve the public access to resources, including ocean and estuarine shorelines. And Policy 1.5, provide public access to recreation and natural areas. In the general Corolla land use policies, 1.4 talks to continuing to improve estuarine shorelines and beaches, and 1.7 to minimize commercial strip development and maximize traffic moving capabilities, encouraging commercial development to cluster. And finally, Corolla G2 policies are to 2.1, concentrate commercial development in existing nodes, and 2.2, encourage PUDs to develop according to the master plan. Shown here is a site plan of the existing site. There are no proposed changes to the site plan with this application. What you should really focus on in this is the parking area. There are 50 spaces provided on the site. The TRC reviewed this application and identified really parking as the key concern. As a result, the applicant did submit a shared parking study, and I just wanted to go over here the applicant's response to parking and how they intend to handle it. So the first condition they suggest notes that there is a shared parking agreement. The second speaks to what is permitted and the maximum capacity for each, and it talks to this as a matter of how many seats each use has. The third, this lists the individual activities included, which I went over before, but it also includes how many seats are with each. So jet ski would have 2 seats per watercraft, a kayak or stand-up paddleboard, 1.5 seats, parasailing boat, 12 seats, a pontoon boat, 10 seats, and a boat pulling a banana or tube would have 6 seats. So this is the mechanism they use to calculate the parking through the parking study. Moving on, the fourth condition talks to the operating hours, which is from the first to the last reservation, but really it's from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The fifth talks to addressing the peak times, which for this use, for the outdoor rec use, is between 10 and 4. And at this peak time, there are 100-seat capacity. 6 talks to really addressing the peak time and staggering the number of seats so that when the motel-hotel use is more intense, there would be less seats available for the outdoor recreation use. And it's shown here, I won't read them, but it's shown here the times and how many seats between each hours would be available for that use. The seventh condition notes how the applicant is going to manage the parking. They will not reserve in excess of the set limit they have. They will encourage employees to carpool. They will encourage guests to carpool, drop off, or pedestrian, basically other ways other than cars to get to the site. And then lastly, they will provide a parking attendant. This will assist into where to park, as well as when guests come without reservations, checking whether there is, in fact, capacity at that time. The last condition they provided was to give an annual report to the Development Services Department, giving the quantitative figures for parking, and if there are any issues, what they were and how they solved them. So with that, I'll remind you this is an evidentiary hearing, and the burden is on the applicant to prove that the proposal meets the 4 standards shown here on the screen. And I will stand by for any questions before we hear from the applicant.
Anything from the board? I'll invite the applicant's representative. I have Walton Burkmeyer signed up, Is that right? Berkheimer?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Morrison. I'm an attorney with the Twyford Law Firm in Moyock and Currituck. I will be representing the applicant and its witnesses. They have all been sworn.
Yep.
If it would be permissible, I would like to begin with Mr. Foy.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, if you would, please give us your name.
My name is Greg Loy.
And Mr. Loy, how are you currently employed?
Well, I'm retired from local government. I guess I served Currituck Hills for 30 years as a planner and did some consulting work before that. And now I have a captain's license and I do some seasonal work with North Beach Water Sports. So I've got kind of a dual interest here.
You have assisted the applicant in planning this process?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right, would you give us your educational background, please?
Well, I have an undergraduate degree at East Carolina and done some additional study at the Fine College of the Albemarle and also at Harvard University.
All right. Where is Harvard?
It's in the Cambridge, Massachusetts.
It's not going to go much way.
Yeah, well, we don't know where it is. It's north of the Mason-Dixon line.
It's way north. It's way north.
The other side of Richmond, it doesn't count. Okay. Now, sir, do I understand you were in fact a city planner for some period of time?
29 years was the city planner for Currituck Hills. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with Currituck County Unified Development Ordinance?
I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with this project?
Yes, sir, I am.
How is it you're familiar with this project?
Well, as far as the project goes, both from working at North Beach Water Sports and having a unique aspect of understanding it over the last 6 years, and from reviewing the county's Unified Development Ordinance, reviewing the county's land use plan and the Vision 2040.
All right, sir. Now, you, based on your training, education, experience, you are familiar with the issues before the county tonight, like public services, harmony with the area, safety.
Yes, sir.
Okay, long-term use plans. All right, sir. Now, I believe you have prepared a brief presentation to give the commissioners to explain what's going on.
I can do that. Yes, sir.
Now, but the big deal is the footprint is not being expanded.
Correct.
Okay, and the character of the business is not being expanded except to the extent they're going to provide different or additional recreational opportunities.
That's correct.
All right. With that being said, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morrison. I've already introduced myself, I guess, and I'd like, first of all, to thank the staff. Thank you, Jenny, for your help, and of course, Ms. Morgan, rather. And I guess the clerk to the board has helped me too, so thank you very much for your help in moving through this process, which is not a really easy process. It can be a bit cumbersome, but it's my first time doing anything for Currituck, so that's part on me too. I'll try to be as brief as I can because I know you guys have a lot to do tonight and want to go home. I've been here since shortly after you arrived. Basically, what we have here is an application that really would be an update to an existing special use permit. However, there's no real provision in your code to do that. So we're basically starting all over again. That's the only option to come in with a special use permit. And over the years, the business has changed somewhat. It's grown. But the current activities still fall within the realm of the spirit of the original permit, and which I have in my notes that was originally issued in 2010. Anyway, what's happened here is the applicant is proposing modifications to the permit, and the business is pretty much operating how it has been over the last 6 years since I've been there. There's really no provision for trading uses, so the wind might blow one day and you can't parasail if you have a small craft advisory. You can't paddleboard or kayak if it's too windy. So those would have to come out of what we offer. And then all of a sudden, you can run jet skis or maybe run a tubing boat, but you can't do certain things based on weather. And that's why it's very important that we look at seats instead of equipment, because you can have equipment that sits there and can't be used a lot of days. And if you, minimize the amount of issues that you would have with saying I can only have one boat or two boats and say, well, we can have just 100 seats at our max, we can handle that. The parking handles it. North Beach Water Sports provides access to the Currituck Sound that for many would otherwise have no opportunity. If anybody that's familiar with the Currituck Outer Banks knows that there's not a lot of access to the Sound, and there's also many people that would like to access the Sound and have recreational activities. There's not a lot to do up there, really. I mean, you go to the beach. What do you do when the flies are bad? You go do water sports. You have to have other things besides the beach. It is a family beach atmosphere in Currituck on the Outer Banks, and that's something that the water sports really fosters. Many of the people that go to the water sports come back year after year, and sometimes multiple times during the same year. And I feel like that's part of what makes Currituck unique and desirable. Back to the parking, one reason everything works so well is that the synergy between the hotel and the water sports is based on peaks are totally different. It couldn't be any better. People check in at 4 o'clock and they check out at 10. And usually during the day, if people aren't doing water sports, they're out in their car doing something else. So at the peak times, the hotel is very, very limited in terms of the guest parking. So that works really well, and I think it's in the best interest of both businesses to have it work, because if it doesn't and people don't have a place to park, you have problems with both businesses. So that's something that the management has worked extremely hard to try to make sure that is not a problem.
Excuse me, Mr. Foy, if I may, because this is a key point. I understand parking would be a very serious concern to you. All right, so we've got the Coral Light Hotel, and right in back of that is the pier and the business of the water sports, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during a certain period of time, the hotel would be occupying a lot of parking space for its guests, right?
Yes, sir.
But in your peak hours, the business's peak hours, will be when folks have checked out of the hotel and have not yet checked in, and the hotel, of course, is preparing their rooms and cleaning up. Okay. And you know what checkout time is at the hotel?
Yes, sir. It's 4 o'clock.
All right. That's
Check in. Check in's at 4 and check out's
so
at 10.
4 o'clock it'll start getting business, and checkout is at 10.
Correct.
So from 10 to 4, the hotel's not much of a factor in terms of parking space.
No, sir.
And that would be the peak operating hours of the water sport business?
That's been my experience. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on, trying to address the parking, and they've gone to extraordinary lengths. They have a water taxi that they bring. A lot of the kids that work there are your high school kids, and they come from the mainland. So they have a water taxi that'll bring them across one of our boats. We'll bring them across in the morning and take them back in the evening. And that really takes a big dent out of the employee parking, because, number one, it lets them sleep about an extra hour because they don't have to get up at the crack of dawn, drive all the way on that bridge that's not being built for 30 years and come back up. So that really helps a lot. And they can come on a 12-passenger craft, so that we can carry just about all our employees if we needed to. The parking attendant, that's another self-regulating point that Mr. Kemp made. I believe that that's very important because, as he pointed out, if there's a parking shortage, or if people coming in, they don't have a reservation, they can easily be turned away, and so we don't have traffic jams and problems with people trying to park where they can't park. Let's see. Also, one thing that I'd like to bring up here too is that the North Beach Water Sports, that this business has filled a gap in emergency rescue, and there's no, Currituck County, as far as I know, doesn't have any boats. They don't have any up there. And if somebody gets in trouble on the Sound in their personal craft or in their personal kayak, or if they're swimming up there and they get in trouble, we have boats that have assisted, have saved lives, and will continue to assist. We have retired Coast Guard captains that are part owners in the business that actually keep in touch with the Elizabeth City Coast Guard, and that really helps foster the safety of that area. And safety is the first job. It runs deep in the organization, and it's paramount during the daily operations. You'd expect nothing less from two retired Coast Guard owners. Anything else from me, Mr. Morrison? Or
Yes, sir. Are you familiar with the application that was submitted here and
Yes, sir.
submitted with the staff report?
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed both?
Yes, sir.
And you contributed to the application?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. All the
Many
facts, are all the facts related in the application and determined by the staff or appearing in the staff report true based on your training, education, experience?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would move to introduce the staff report into evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Of course.
Thanks for letting us speak this evening. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Your building.
All right.
I didn't hear anybody
Appreciate
say,
it.
tell me to sit down yet.
So, do you actually work for them
Yes,
as
sir.
well? You do. Okay. So,
Part-time, I'm trying to enjoy my retirement from municipal government.
right. Except when you have lawyers bugging you.
Uh,
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Right. So, you said that you have employees coming over by boat.
Sir?
But so, how many employees? I don't remember catching it in the report, but how many employees actually are employed by North Beach Water Sports? Do you know?
I'm not sure exactly. Peak employees, what it's going to be.
So we have someone from.
I think it may even be in the report somewhere. In
I didn't catch it. That's why
I
I'm bringing
think
it up.
Pete may have that when you come up. I think that's in his part of the presentation.
Yeah, the park. Okay, so the parking study doesn't get into that. How many employees there actually are? I didn't see anywhere in the report how many employees there actually are, either at the inn or for this
I would-
business.
Excuse me, I would defer to Mr. Berkheimer when he makes
Okay.
his presentation to answer
All
that,
right.
because he did the study.
Inquire of him right now, for the commissioner, if you want.
Well, we can wait till he comes up. He may address that when his presentation. I was just wondering. First, did you work for them because you kept saying we? So
Yes, sir.
And okay, so then those are probably better answered by someone else. You do not? Do you work in the inn as well, or just help out with the water sports stuff?
No, sir, I'm managed to stay clear of the end.
No, that's good. Good man. I got out myself too. So, okay. Any questions from the board? All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call you next.
You would give the board your name, please.
I'm Janet McComas.
And Mr. Comments, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Inn at Corolla.
And you hold any particular licensures?
I am a real estate agent. I'm a full broker.
And so you do that in addition, you're employed by the inn to do
Correct.
this study?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And are you familiar with the proposed project?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the water sports business?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you made, and how long have you been a licensed North Carolina realtor?
Since 2006.
In the course of your business, do you have to determine values?
Yes.
Property values?
Yes.
Adjacent property values?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that in ballpark figure? Hundreds?
Hundreds.
Okay. And have you done such valuations on the Currituck banks?
Yes.
All right. Now, at the request of, at my request and the request of the owner of this project, have you made a determination as to whether or not the proposed project before the commissioners tonight, if approved, would have an adverse impact on adjacent property values?
It would be a positive impact.
All right, now, so I take it would not.
Just a positive impact.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
She needs to
said
get a
it
little
would have
closer to the
positive
mic.
impact. Okay. Now, what methodology did you use to determine this?
Pulling CMA's comp
Okay,
properties,
what's a CMA?
a comparative market analysis.
Is that something that's routinely relied upon by experts in your field?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I pulled several comps from the area, checked both current sales, what is for sale, what has sold in the area, also pulling tax evaluation records for those properties to see if the evaluations had gone up or down, and in every case, they had gone up.
All right. Now, as to adjacent
Properties, what are they?
You have several, mostly it is residential, single-family homes that are rental properties.
So
They are rented to tourists.
To tourists, yes, on a weekly
Based on your
basis.
experience, do tourists like to use this building, this business?
Yes, they absolutely do.
Okay. So based upon your experience as a realtor, does it increase the value of these rental properties in that there are recreational activities immediately available to their clientele?
Yes, sir, it does
All right,
increase.
continue.
I pulled those. I looked at just to see if the values did go up. All values did go up in all the comps that I pulled, which were random comps from the area immediately around our property.
All right, now there's an ice cream store, some commercial entities close by. too.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about those.
Across the parking lot, you have a horse tour, you have an ice cream shop, and you have bait and tackle. A lot of the customers who do visit the water sports go to those places to purchase different things for their rentals, or they go to get ice cream after a day or a couple hours of water sports activities. You have people who rent pontoon boats that go across the parking lot to get supplies for fishing, crabbing.
All right, now there was a community meeting about this project. You
Yes,
remember that?
yes,
And we only had 2 people from the public that participated.
correct.
Are you familiar with what their comments were?
Yes.
Please share this.
Both were positive. One person who showed up was actually at the meeting, was very positive about the area and how it impacts the area that we're in. The other was a letter from a homeowner who is closest to the property, who said that they very much enjoy seeing people out there having fun on the water.
That would conclude my questions, but don't you dare sit down until this gentleman up here.
All right, thanks, sir.
As they say in Washington, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Thank you. Anecdotal, have you seen any properties decrease in the last 2 years?
No, none that I
It-
pulled.
Not anywhere, not just there,
Not-
anywhere.
yeah,
Okay,
no.
So, yeah, I didn't think so. That was my big question, just to throw it out there. Any questions from the board, from this witness? All right. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, sir, if you give us your name, please.
Thank you, sir. My given name is Walton P. Burkheimer, Jr. I go by Pete.
All right, Mr. Burkheimer, how are you currently employed?
I'm an engineer associated with the firm American Engineering Associates, headquartered in Charlotte, but I work out of the Chesapeake office.
And you say engineer, you're a civil engineer, is
That is correct.
All
I
right.
usually am pretty civil.
Will you give us your educational background, please?
I hold a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from North Carolina State University many years ago, longer than I like to admit, 1969 if anyone's counting.
And what licensures do you hold?
I hold a license of professional engineer in the states of Virginia and North Carolina.
And have you had, in the course of your study and experience, attention given to traffic patterns, traffic safety, parking, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir. Traffic engineering was senior coursework for me at NC State, and I've practiced in that, among other things, through the 50 years of my career.
And would traffic engineering address parking issues?
Yes, it can include parking.
Are you familiar with the shared parking provision of the Currituck Unified Development Board?
Yes, sir, quite a bit from this particular effort.
All right. Based upon your training, education, and experience, do you have an opinion as to whether there are any public safety issues involved with this proposed project from an engineering standpoint?
No, sir, it's,
And you, as a civil engineer, you're trained to recognize such, are you not?
yes, sir.
All right, talk to us a little bit, since parking lot's a bit concerned, about what Currituck Unified Development Ordinance says about shared parking and how this project is compliant with that.
Yes, sir. First of all, shared parking isn't a new concept to this particular site or application. It was used when your predecessors granted the special use permit back in 2010. A competitor, but a much beloved competitor firm of mine, did a parking analysis, which is part and parcel of a shared parking arrangement. You do a parking analysis to make sure the time patterns of two uses, which are sharing their parking resources, dovetail. I mean, if they both peak at the same time, it's not a good candidate for shared parking. But if they have different times of peak parking demand, as Mr. Loy mentioned in his testimony, then they may be candidates for parking study. Where my role comes in is to actually do the math and see how well that dovetailing is and make sure that we fit together well and we don't overfill the cup, if you will.
All right.
Would you like me to?
I think perhaps at this point, since parking does appear to be a logical concern, I will invite the commissioners to ask the engineer any questions they have about that.
Okay, thank you. So I paid for that previous study to be done. That was my special use permit. And I kind of know the parking there a little bit. But so when you did your parking study, you did not physically visit the site during peak months, did you? It was.
No, sir. My parking study was done off-season, but based on when I was engaged to do it, so
Okay.
I wasn't able to do that.
Well, that's the difference. The one Carl did was during the summer. They actually physically came and sat and counted cars for the day to watch the ebb and flows of the parking lot.
Yes,
And,
sir. That was quite a good study, by the way, that Mr. Tewksbury did.
It cost me.
And I piggybacked on it effectively.
Yeah, and it's because they were on site. And at the time, the county was going through a lot trying to figure out their parking in general with the UDO. And then, of course, my business there, we had changed from the vehicles we had, and we at one time had jet skis there, parasailing, everything they basically are doing now, we had and scaled that back, just anecdotally. So I posed a question earlier. Do you know how many employees are employed by either of these two companies that are on the project?
Parking report the operational report that they filled out in last fall, they reported 9 employees. I think they probably have a total of a dozen or so different employees that are on the rolls, but at any given time, it's about 9 employees at the busy times.
Okay. Checked off. What about time overlap? So you've got, you got your people renting water sports equipment, wave runners in this case, and they go out for an hour or a half-hour rental, depending on how long they rent the thing. Did you factor in any time overlap for the inbound traffic? So the next renter, right, they're renting over every 30 minutes or every hour. You've got to have people there ahead of time to get them out on their hour. Was that any consideration? I didn't see it called out in the report.
We didn't mention it specifically in the report, but I did give a good deal of thought to it, and I talked to the owner-operators of it. Most of the time, it's not a factor. There's an extra space or two available for somebody who comes in a little early, and there's maybe somebody else who should have gotten out of there 5 minutes ago, but he or she didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But so it does happen, but that's one of the aspects in which the parking lot attendant really comes in when they're at peak times. He helps resolve those issues. Maybe the person coming in is eased over into a grass area temporarily until they can shoo the person out who's running a little late.
Well, you bring up an interesting point, because I've been by this property many, many times, and I have seen at times as many as 10 to 14 cars parked everywhere but in the parking lot. And that's why I asked if you did a study during peak times, because what they were doing was not working. And that, I think, is the reason that we're here tonight, is that county staff had seen it or maybe received a complaint, and it prompted them to come in. And I actually suggested to the owners that they do a parking lot study to help figure out, what's going on there. And
May I ask a question?
yes, ma'am.
Whose job is it to train this parking lot attendant? Is this a job description? Is this something that person does? I mean, is that their job, is parking lot attendant? And will they be trained? I mean, how do you make sure that this parking lot attendant knows what they're doing?
Madam Vice Chair, the owners of the operation will be responsible for all aspects of complying with the conditions of this special use permit if y'all see fit to approve it tonight. I expect that person will be normally associated with some other duty, but if we get into a parking crunch, if you will, that person will go out and will do the several things we mentioned in our application that it takes to make sure there isn't a parking problem. And sadly, but sometimes the answer is no, sir, or no, ma'am, we're full right now. We'll be happy to have you call us later, take your reservation, or put you on a list, but right now we can't accommodate you. And that's much better served up in person than by having somebody have to get out and walk up to the kiosk and find that out. It's better served by a parking attendant.
When you said 9 employees, is that for the water sports, or is that in total on the property?
That's for the water sports operation.
The water sports
sir.
only. So do you know how many of the N employees?
I don't. And to a point that was raised earlier, if I may, some ordinances in jurisdictions where I work have a hotel-motel parking ratio that is X spaces per room, plus one for every employee on the largest shift. Currituck isn't one of those. Currituck's formula is just a space per room. On the theory that at any given time, you almost never have all rooms full, and when they are all full, the employees are gone.
Right.
So we didn't take employees into account in the study because the county's generation ratio doesn't factor in employees directly. It factors it in. It just factors in the rooms.
And that, to me, would seem to be accurate if it was just one business there, right? You just had the inn. Yeah, they have a checkout time at 10, and you have, and most of the staff leaves, most of the visitors to the hotel leave during the day. They go out to the beach, they go wherever.
Exactly.
So in that situation, that would be okay, but now we're talking about we still have to have staff on site to do things like the cleaning of the rooms, preparation. So
Absolutely.
That's a number that hasn't been accounted for, is why I'm asking.
Seems to be working, though.
Well, you haven't been there.
No, I've been there. I just hadn't been there in the connection as
Right.
their engineer.
Okay. Anything?
I'm good right now.
Okay.
I do have a question. You're
Yes, ma'am.
talking about people checking out at 10 and checking in at 4. Most of the places that are resort-type hotels, I thought you had to stay more than one day. So I would think there would be a lot of people who would stay 2 or 3 days. And
Yes, ma'am.
therefore, you need to account for that in the parking
Sure,
spaces.
but if you come to the waiting room to heaven, which I count the Outer Banks to be, you don't come to sit in your room. You come to go out and take in the horses and the beach and other activities, I would think.
Well, we were talking about the people using the trolley to get down to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
water sports, so why wouldn't they take, the people who are staying in the hotel, take the trolley to go book a horse tour?
They might, but overall, the multimodal nature of this site, the trolley, the pedestrian ways that you've gone to great lengths to make happen, other factors like that, cause the overall parking need to go down. The generation rates, the percentage of peak generation rates that we used were the same as Tewksbury. Carl Tewksbury of Kimley Horn used 13 years ago. We didn't adjust those. We basically used those of his. And that prevented us from actually being able to take numerical credit for things like the water taxi and things like the trolley and things like the pedestrian way out front. That was our factor of safety, which was one of the reasons in our original ask of the staff, we asked for 120 seats of capacity. And that did show us exceeding the 50 parking spaces by 2 or 3 for brief times. They had concerns about that. We tried to cite the other factors as subjective factors, and they weren't hearing it. And based on that, we reduced the ask from 120 down to 100.
Okay. Anything? All right. Nothing further. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Based on the questions you received, has anything changed your opinion as a licensed civil engineer versed in traffic safety and parking issues?
No, sir.
It is your opinion as an expert that the applicant has complied with the UDO?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That would be our showing. I would like to sum up if that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. Would you like to do that? I don't have anyone signed up for public comment this evening, so let me just ask the room briefly if anyone came in. Did anyone show up that did not sign up for public comment that would like to speak to this agenda item this evening? All right, and seeing none, then I will close the public comment portion. Have at it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I compliment your safety concerns. It appears to be the only real issue here is parking. I respectfully remind you, you are a quasi-judicial board, which you obviously realize very intensely. And whether or not there be a safety issue over parking, I suggest would require expert testimony. And the only expert that is testified before you, you do not have to believe that expert. That is true. But I see no reason not to. So the only evidence before you is that there has been compliance with the UDO on the issue of parking. Obviously, this is not going to put children in the school system or require more fire protection. The essential services may even help, has been indicated. And finally, I'd like, I realize you could have different parking issues from year to year based upon tourism. Currituck is, of course, a complaint-driven department on compliance with the UDO. And if someone comes and complains to you, it will be investigated. And I don't have any reason to believe that these folks who have a long history wouldn't address that complaint right away. They would take care of it. They haven't had, to my knowledge, anybody get hurt up there as a result of parking. You've got a shared parking ordinance, expert opinion, they're compliant with it. I would suggest that should satisfy you. And thank you again for the courtesy you've shown me and my clients.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question that you brought that up. So, I'm inclined to make a motion for this to proceed and pass this evening. However, I would ask that they do a parking lot study during the summer, during peak season. And then that be part of the staff review process that they submit to county staff. Now, obviously, your client has to agree to that.
Is that agreeable? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just to further solidify, okay.
That certainly sounds reasonable.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Okay. Any further discussion from the board on this? All right. Well, since this is my neck of the woods, I'll make the motion this evening. And I move to approve PB 23-03, North Beach Water Sports Special Use Permit, because the applicant has demonstrated the proposed use meets the review standards of the UDO. I will additionally require another parking study be done during peak season, and that can be determined when the firm is available to do that, sometime from mid-June to mid-August, so that we cover the peak times that we may have problems. and that the TRC review comments provided in the staff report shall become conditions of approval. 1, the use will not endanger the public health or safety. 2, the use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. 3, the use will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plans, specifically Land Use Policy 1.3 and the Imagine Currituck 2040 Vision Plan, Parks and Recs Goal 1, and Corolla Policy 1.4. And the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. Do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
All in
Mr.
favor?
Mr.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could we take a few
Yes,
minute break?
absolutely. We'll
just
take
check on
a
Kevin, too?
5-minute recess to let people slide out of here and stretch your legs. All right, call the meeting back into order. We got a little bit of an oddity that's getting ready to happen. We've only done this one other time since I've been here that I'm aware of. We're actually going to go into closed session to consult with the attorney prior to jumping into this Lotus Ridge, the next item on our agenda this evening. And so I'm going to make a motion to go into closed session to consult with the county attorney. And I don't know the general statutes that are
That's what I'm
involved.
looking for.
143, 318 point, yeah.
There you go, as mentioned by
I'll second
our
it.
clerk to the board. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we'll stand in recess for a few minutes while we go consult. We're going to step out of the room. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you.
The conflict of interest stuff, yeah.
All right. All right. Sorry for that, folks. We'll call the meeting back into order. I've asked Megan, our county attorney, to just briefly tell you guys why we went into closed session. I know that was a bit rushed and a bit unorthodox, so I apologize for that. Megan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we just went into closed session. There was a question about whether a board member had a conflict of interest. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and upon further discussion, getting all the facts, I gave them the opinion that there was no conflict.
Thank you very much. Okay, on to the agenda item before us this evening. PB 23-01 Lotus Ridge. Allied Properties LLC is requesting a preliminary plat special use permit for 177-lot residential subdivision for property owned by FPI Carolinas LLC located off Puddin Ridge Road, tax map 10, parcel 19 in the Moyock Township. As with the other agenda item before us, that you guys were all here for. This is quasi-judicial, but I'm going to take it a little bit further for this one because we know what kind of emotions can arise from these types of things, and explain a little bit what quasi-judicial means and some of the other things, terms that we're used to using and throwing around. This is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. The Board of Commissioners is required to comply with procedural rules much like those of a trial court, and to provide for the constitutional right to due process such as sworn testimony of witnesses. No reliance upon hearsay testimony for a critical finding of fact and the direct and cross-examination of witnesses. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. And if I may, I'll ask the attorney, you and I had a brief conversation about this today, what constitutes an expert witness? What does that mean? How do you get to be an expert witness, for instance?
An expert witness is someone that has additional training, experience, education regarding a certain topic. In these special use permit hearings, there's review standards, and specifically traffic impacts, for example, whether or not the project will injure adjacent property owners' values, those require expert testimony. Just anybody off the street can't just come in and testify to whether those standards are met or not met.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
those experts too, they need to have a license in that particular field that they're addressing.
Typically, they do license certifications, all that good stuff.
Thank you.
And you know, one of the things we do is we swear people in to give testimony, and that testimony is drawn out, as you saw in the case before us this evening, by the attorney who was representing the client and established the bona fides of the individual that was there before us through their career path, degree work, et cetera, and certifications they may hold. So when we talk about these things and we have public comment available, we cannot consider your feelings on a subject. We know that it is important that you express those feelings. That is why we have public comment before the meetings, to be able to come up and talk up to the Board of Commissioners about what is important to you. However, when you come up before us this evening, while you may be expressing your own opinion, we cannot accept that as opinion as a fact and use that to weigh what's before us. We have to only consider those things that are before us that have been brought forth by expert testimony. So I just wanted to pass that along so that you understand when you hear these things, if we say we can't consider that, et cetera, that is the reason why. It is not that we don't care about your opinion, because we do. We're all political animals. We survive based on your opinion at the voting polls every few years. So we do value your opinion. And to that point, we're actually doing things to change the land use throughout the county and lot sizes. So with that, I will go on and move fully into this agenda item and bring forth, I think we have enough people here that I'll just ask anyone who's going to be offering testimony this evening to just stand and raise your right hand, if you would, please. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you all. All right, with that, Mr. Kemp, it's been a few minutes. Good to see you again. Yes, it did. Yep. Good evening, sir.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Good to see the commission again as well. As you heard, this is a preliminary plat, special use permit for a 177-lot subdivision. Just to orient you, the approximately 257-acre site is located on the east side of Puddin Ridge Road. It is just west of the Eagle Creek development. Here is a more detailed view of the site. You can see the site is currently undeveloped, and there is about a 60-acre wooded portion of the site in the southeast corner. The site is zoned SFM, single-family mainland. This site was rezoned from agriculture to SFM in 2007. Here is a proposed site plan. Just real briefly, as I mentioned, it's 177 lots. It is accessed from Puddin Ridge Road. There is a proposed connection to Eagle Creek on the right side of that drawing, and Guinea Mill Canal runs along the southern border of the property and Rolling Creek Canal along the northern. I'll get into a few details on the project. It is 177 lots, 256.67 acres, which lends a density of 0.7 dwelling units per acre. The proposed minimum lot size is 40,000 square feet, with a typical lot being 125 feet wide by 320 feet deep. The setbacks are front 30 feet, side 15.5 feet, rear 25 feet, and corner setback of 20 feet. The open space, there are 77 acres, or 30% is required. The applicant is offering 77.25 acres, or 30.09%. The right-of-way width is 40 feet, and shown at the bottom right of that drawing, there are 4.51 acres of parkland that will be dedicated to the county. Here are some more details on the infrastructure. This is also on page 42 of your agenda packet if you want to follow along. But it is connected to public water. It is on-site septic for sewer. The transportation, as I mentioned, it is a 40-foot right-of-way with curb and gutter, and sidewalks are proposed on both sides of the street. The street lighting includes full cutoff fixtures. Landscaping consists of street trees and reforestation of open space areas. As I said, the parkland is being dedicated, and there is a 30-foot buffer to all 404 wetlands on the site. As I mentioned, the entrance to the site is off Puddin Ridge Road, about 200 feet north of the Cooper-Garrett Road intersection. There is connectivity provided and proposed to Greenview Road and Eagle Creek. That is on the right side of that drawing there. There is also a stub out to the north, shown right here. Well, can't see it, but to the north of the property adjacent with Roland Canal.
Kevin, do you know where the connection to Greenview, or is that Greenview or Eagle Creek?
Yes, that's a connect. Go ahead.
The block of Greenview where the connection is.
Whew. I don't know. I know it by the 7th tee box, but
so it's like
I think it is. I want to say it was
like 190. It's like
I think it's the 900 block.
No, it's like 190 and
190.
220.
And I think the applicant could probably speak to that as well.
I
I'm
just
not
was
sure of
curious.
the exact addresses.
17 box, that's
Yep.
pretty good.
All right.
7 Green.
That's golf course grass.
7 Green is 201 Greenview. I do know that.
When I can, not as much as I'd like. Before I derail too much on that, talk briefly about the stormwater plan. I'm sure the applicant will cover it in more detail, but the developed area will be filled 1 to 2 feet above existing grade. There are 4 large wet ponds proposed, and the drainage system will be designed to mitigate the 100-year runoff. Wastewater, as I mentioned, it is on, one behind. It is on-site septic. Albemarle Regional Health has classified the lots as unsuitable, but they may be classified as provisionally suitable with modifications. As such, they have provided a letter that says the site will be approved once modifications are made. Adequate public facilities for schools. The site is in the Moyock Elementary and Middle School District. Moyock Elementary is currently over capacity at 139%. The enrollment in May was 737 students. There is a completion date of August 2023 for an addition to Moyock Elementary, which will take its capacity to 770 students, which is an additional 33. This neighborhood in total will add 44 students to the elementary school. There is also a new school proposed with a tentative completion date of August 2025. Just to remind you about the adequate public facilities ordinance, it does state that capacity should be in place within 2 years of the approval of the initial SUP. There is on page 42 a phasing schedule that the applicant has provided to us. The board may want to consider that phasing schedule in review of this request. Imagine Currituck designates the site as G1, low-density growth. On page 44, these are all listed out. I will go through them, but if you want to follow along, that might be easier. Land use policies, 1.1, the future land use map is a guide for decision-making and should not be the sole basis. 1.2, consider the adopted small area plans. 1.3, consider community character and the established vision of the community. 1.4, protect uniqueness of the county through preservation of farmland and woodland. In infrastructure and county services goals and policies, Goal 1 is to ensure that there are services to support associated growth. Policy 1.1 is that the cost of infrastructure, facilities, and services related to the demand created for new growth should be borne in equitable proportion to those creating the additional demand. Policy 3.1 speaks to connection to county water. 3.5 states that septic is acceptable in low-density development. Goal 4 is to improve stormwater management throughout the county. Policy 7.2 to continue to enforce the adequate public facilities ordinance. And finally, Goal 8 to ensure public services stay at a sufficient level to provide superior service to the growing population. Oh, wow, I was on the wrong side there. Apologize for that. Transportation policies, 2.1, new development shall construct pedestrian walkways to adjacent residential and commercial uses. Environmental goals and policies. Goal 1, preserve and protect environmentally significant lands. And policy 1.1 and 4.5 speak to preserving coastal and non-coastal wetlands and riparian buffers. Parks and Rec goals and policies, 1.5, new development shall provide access to recreational areas. Goal 3, to ensure parks and recreation offerings remain relevant to the needs of the population. And finally, 3.2, to continue to require parks and rec dedication or fee in lieu of. Finally, goals specific to the MOYOC land use policies, 2.1 is to properly manage increased urban level of growth in MOYOC, and 2.2 to encourage clustered housing to preserve natural environment. Finally, the Northern Mainland G1 Low Density Growth Policy 8.1 speaks to conservation subdivisions as they are valued over other less compatible development types. Density bonuses should be encouraged in exchange for conservation of additional open space. And I'll take a deep breath and mention that it is also part of the MOYOC Small Area Plan. It is classified as rural, which encourages low-density scattered residential with a density up to 1 dwelling unit per acre.
Back that up. Say that one more time.
It is classified as rural, which encourages low-density scattered residential with a density up to 1 dwelling unit per acre. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this application. These can also be found on page 44 of your agenda packet. The first comment was in regards to the phasing of the development. The second comment notes that the stormwater plan has been sent to our stormwater review consultant, McAdams. We received some very preliminary comments, but they were more questions, and a more detailed review will be done when construction drawings come in. The third note lists the applicant's specific stormwater design specifications. This is what they included, and the board may want to consider these as conditions of the application. Comment 4 regards the configuration of Lot 78. This is the lot that is at the entrance to the dedicated park area. The last one is the connection to Eagle Creek, and that it be included in Phase 2 as it is shown on the phasing schedule that was provided. So this is an evidentiary hearing where the burden is on the applicant to show that the proposal meets these 4 design standards, and I will stand by for any questions.
You mentioned earlier the fee in lieu of.
Yes.
Kind of thrown around one of those terms. What is that term, just for the general public, and do you know how much their fee would be paid on this particular project?
I do not know what the fee would be paid. Hopefully the applicant can respond to that. But what it is the applicant provides money instead of based on the amount of recreation area that would be required. Instead of dedicating that area to the county, they provide the county with monies that can be used.
And that's good to Park and Rec, right? So
that does, yes.
So we can provide parks for people here, so.
Yes.
Okay.
It goes a pot. Yes,
You
ma'am.
mentioned when we were talking about school capacity, that the May capacity at MOYOC Elementary was 737, and that the expansion that's gonna open this fall will be 770. When the expansion opens, is it likely that it's going to be full because of the houses that are coming on at the previously approved subdivisions that are rapidly building in the northern end?
Well, yes, there are some lots that have been approved already that will generate some students, as well as minor subdivisions, family subdivisions, and that sort of thing. I can't predict what that number will be.
But based on the phasing from those and the projections that were entered into evidence at those hearings, we can assume that those numbers are correct because they were based on the same formula, correct?
Yes, we are consistent with the formula.
Yeah, just to follow up then on Commissioner Jarvis, some of the previous projects decisions were based on the expansions that we've already used for those, so I guess, are we gonna continue to look at projects based on the expansion model? And if it's only been filled up here, how long can we keep making, I mean, because it sounds like to me it's going to fill up pretty quick from the previous projects, right? Is that what you just?
Right.
Question, okay.
Right.
All right, yeah,
Lincoln,
so, all right, no, I just want to make sure that we're.
Right, and that's ultimately what the board reviews and decides as they look at as you look at the adequate public facilities ordinance.
And we have not to date said we have inadequate public facilities, have we? As a Board of Commissioners, we've not pulled that trigger.
No, sir.
Okay. And this particular project coming before us, their first student impacts are not, their phasing, if adopted, puts their first student impact when the new school is open. Is that correct?
Yes.
The new school
The
open in fall of 2025, correct?
according to this, the first phase would be completed in January of 2025, and that would generate 12 students. The projected opening for the new school, and the county manager can correct me if I'm wrong, is August 2025.
Okay, so we would have a semester overlap.
Well, I'm going to have questions for the applicant.
Okay.
Because if that phase, is that construction of that phase commences then, or is that phase complete then?
As early as required.
Just to make sure you get the right answer, I'm going to save that for the applicant.
Because houses aren't instant.
No, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Kemp?
I do have one more question on the connection through Greenview. Where's the land, and I know most of the stuff back there by Wildwood, and I might be wrong, but when I'm saying this, what is that an easement or something where they would come to the Greenview on how this is proposed? Or is that somebody's property that was eminent domain?
It is not someone's property, I believe.
It's probably part of the connection.
I believe it was a connection that is right-of-way that was intended when Eagle Creek was built. There was always intended to be that connection. It was a stub out. The difference was the pavement was never taken to that property line.
I'm saying on the Wildwood side.
Down in the Wildwood side?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like where it is on the Greenview Road side, but I'm trying to visualize where there's the cutout on the Wildwood side. Where's the opening, or what's the
Page 51.
There is no connection proposed to the Wildwood side.
Yeah, it's all lots and a dog park down on the bottom right corner.
Where's it coming from to Greenview?
Yeah, the connections are proposed on the Eagle Creek side to the right of that drawing, and then there's one to the north. There's a stub out that goes up to Rolling Creek, which would connect to the property to the north should that develop.
Okay, I understand. I thought it was on the different side.
Anything further, Kevin?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
I was looking, I couldn't tell.
All right, I saw Ms. Schwadler hiding back there. I'm assuming you're going to be, it's been a while. Welcome back to Currituck and another late night drive, I'm assuming.
Thank you.
I have you guys down, signed up for public comment. A few people that I'm guessing are part of your team, Ashley Teresis and Joseph Olszewski. Are they part of your team?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I won't call you twice, and so. All right, thank you.
And I'll go into listing those witnesses so you can check them off if that's easier. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe here on behalf of the applicant tonight. We thank you, Mr. Kemp, for explaining this request for this 177 lot subdivision and special use permit for the Lotus Ridge development. The plan shows 177 lots on approximately 250 acres. 30% of the site is conserved open space and 4.5 acres set aside for future community recreation as permitted under the site single-family mainland zoning. Tonight, you will hear from 5 witnesses presenting competent material and substantial evidence as required by North Carolina law on the 4 topics. Mark Bissell, a professional engineer, will address factors 1, 3, and 4 on conformity with the land use plan, not endangering the public health or safety, and the ability to provide adequate public facilities. Andy Deal, a civil engineer in Mark's office, will address Factor 1 with respect to stormwater management. Devin Simpson, a traffic engineer with Kimley Horn, will address Factor 1 with respect to the plan not endangering the public health and safety from a traffic perspective. Hunter Howell, a licensed North Carolina real estate appraiser, will address Factor 2 related to impacts to adjoining property and harmony and unity with the area. And finally, Joseph Olszewski, a public school professor and consultant, will address Factor 4 with respect to the county's ability to provide adequate public schools. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Bissell to the stand.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Bissell. Could you state your name and address for the board, please?
Mark Bissell, 3512 Currituck Highway in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
And can you please explain your background and experience for the board?
I have a degree in civil engineering from Duke University. I've been a licensed civil engineer in North Carolina since 1982, and I've been practicing here in the Northeast for going on 40 years now, with particular concentration in Currituck County.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Bissell as an expert in civil engineering and site design.
Thank you.
Mr. Bissell, can you explain for the board your role in this project?
I'm the lead engineer for this project, and as such, I oversaw the layout, the design of this project, and the plans that were submitted as part of this special use permit application.
Does that include the plan shown on the screen?
It does.
And is that plan consistent with page 51 of the agenda showing the overall plat layout?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe the document to the board?
Well, this is the general layout sheet. It includes the timing of the phases. It's part of the overall preliminary plat that was submitted. And
Great. Okay. Can you explain a little bit about how the layout works with respect to some of the MOAC small area plan objectives?
Right. Well, yeah. Let me just go into a little bit more detail on the plan first. I can never figure out which one of these is the correct one. And it might actually be, but if we go back to this plan, it's a little bit small, but this is a little bit easier, I think, to see what's actually going on here. You can see that there are 177 lots, and there are going to be attractive homes built on these lots. We're preserving quite a bit of the site, the woodlands, the wetlands, the buffers. We will be building this thing in 4 phases, which show up here. It's currently zoned single-family residential mainland. It's being developed as a traditional subdivision. So it has the larger lots, the 40,000 square foot lots, which are really unusual in this zoning district these days. But even so, it still has over 77 acres of open space. And that's the largest part is in this area, but we have 4 stormwater ponds. We have some amenity areas. We're providing some recreational facilities, ball field type areas, walkways, dog park, and in addition, providing that 4.5 acres of land for a county park down the road.
Can you illustrate any of the buffers that are included on the plan on the screen?
Right. So on the south side, we're providing a berm as well as a vegetative buffer, and that buffer was actually added at the request of the property owners to the south. On the north side, there is a farm buffer along here, which will be a 50-foot vegetative buffer. We're providing similar buffering along the west property line here, and including behind the existing residences that front along Puddin Ridge Road in this area. Even though it's not a farmland, we're providing the equivalent of a farm buffer there. And then on the Eagle Creek side, there's an existing ditch, and this will be bermed. In fact, there'll be berms along all 4 sides of the property, except for here where where the land gets really high.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Are you using hoping that we see something up here?
So you're not able to see the
No,
display.
if you're scrolling around, I see your hand moving, but we don't see a thing going on up here.
I was following you on the north, south, east, west. I got the compass part of it.
Is the cursor showing up? Because we can't, I don't.
No.
We had that working last time.
You get no love. There.
No?
No.
Illustrate.
Just a blob.
All right.
We're on an as-need-to-know basis.
All right.
Bob, just want to point out, if you're trying to point out something up here, we're not seeing
Yeah.
it. So.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
But to summarize, I think what you were trying to illustrate, Mr. Bissell, you were noting that there's buffers and berms included in all cardinal directions.
There are.
Okay. And could you clarify where the vehicular connections are based on the comments we heard earlier in the evening?
Right, so if you look, on the right side of the screen, about a third of the way down, you'll see a roadway that's being proposed to Eagle Creek, and that actually connects to Greenview there, which is right where the northern leg of Eagleton Circle connects. So you'll see to the right there that a stub road that's that piece of Eagleton that this will connect to.
And what does that go to? I understand it comes to Eagle Creek to Greenview.
Well, Eagleton is actually just a loop road that connects in two places to Greenview, but the way out is along Greenview, the way out of the subdivision.
And you put this in here because it's a requirement for Currituck, is it not, as part of the?
It is a requirement,
Right.
and it was a requirement actually at the time that Eagle Creek was platted for that roadway to be set aside. At the time, the UDO didn't require that kind of a future connector road be paved as it does now. So this developer will be picking up that responsibility.
And picking up on that question, there are other UDO requirements that are being satisfied in the plan, correct?
There are. We've gone through several rounds of TRC review following the initial submittal, and that process has been completed, and there are no outstanding issues with regard to that review and compliance with the UDO. And I'll tell you that it's been a very detailed review process. Staff has been very thorough, not that they aren't always very thorough, but this one seems to be particularly so, and we believe that all of those issues have been resolved.
And those including sidewalks on both sides of the street?
So, right, and there'll be sidewalks on both sides of the street, and even though this is a 40,000 square foot lot subdivision, we are taking the unusual step of putting curb and gutter on both sides of the street as well, which will give us a better look. It'll be easier to manage stormwater, and it'll be just an overall better product.
And unusual because that's a higher standard than what you typically see in the area?
It is, particularly with larger lots.
Thank you. Based on that UDO review you described, does this use as currently designed present any concerns relating to public health or safety?
No, the use and the elements included on this plan will not endanger the public health or safety.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. Let's move from the plan into the policies noted with the land use plan. Have you examined the Currituck County land use plan and how the uses are consistent with one or more of those policies?
I have. The uses and the plans are consistent with many aspects of the new Imagined Currituck land use plan policies having to do with density, with wastewater treatment, with recreational and open space uses, with respect to walkability. Regarding density, and the property is located in a G1 low density growth area in the future land use map. That classification is intended, and this is the language out of the manual, for low density rural residential growth, where limited municipal type services such as fire protection, Emergency services and community water may be available, but public or private sewer services are not appropriate, and that's exactly what we're doing here. So that same land use plan recommends a density of up to 1 dwelling unit per acre, and we are well below that at 0.7. Also, we have the requirement of 30% open space, which equates to over 77 acres, and that is being met. And so this proposed development really responds to this context. It's kind of what's envisioned in the land use plan for this area. At the 0.7 dwelling units per acre, the larger lot size, and still having a significant amount of open space.
And based on your experience in this area, and you said 40 years of doing these types of plans, is it your opinion that this plan is consistent with the density and the intent of the policy that you mentioned?
It is. It's also consistent with regard to environmental protection. The development preserves existing wetlands present on the site, provides riparian buffers, and actually buffers around those riparian buffers that will be available for stormwater management on the site.
Are those elements consistent with any particular policies in the Imagine Currituck plan?
So those are consistent with policies 1.1 and 3.2 and 4.5 of that plan.
What about with respect to walkability? We talked about sidewalks. Are there plans or policies within Imagine Currituck that relate to walkability?
There are. This is consistent with Northern Mainland land use policies 1.2 and 2.1. It provides a transition in density between the higher density Eagle Creek subdivision to the east and the larger lot subdivision to the south. It does provide that walkability. It provides both a vehicular and pedestrian connectivity throughout the site as well as to Eagle Creek. And it also provides several amenity areas that are all connected with these pedestrian walkways.
And based on your experience and familiarity with the Currituck plan, is that consistent with policies found in that plan?
It is.
We talked a little bit about the Imagine Currituck plan. Have you also examined the Moyoc small area plan for consistency?
I have, and this is consistent with the rural designation. It is the proposed use will include the 30% open space, the sidewalks, the park, the 4.5 acres, access to public water, fire protection, and emergency services is sufficient, and due to the close proximity to Currituck Highway, it will have the commercial amenities and will provide people who actually utilize those commercial amenities on 168. Regarding stormwater, we're constructing significant drainage facilities, and my colleague Andy Deal will talk a little bit more about that later, but in general, we're going to be collecting and managing stormwater on the subdivision to the 100-year storm event.
Any other policies that you examined in the Moyoc small area plan that were consistent here?
Well, I should mention that was consistent with county services goals 1 and 4. Regarding transitions and connectivity, we're also consistent with policies TR2 and CC1, with the development being a lower density development that acts as this transition that I mentioned a couple of minutes ago.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. We've heard a little bit about the phrase adequate public facilities in the chairman's introduction. Have you examined the adequate public facilities with respect to utilities that would be generated or need to be generated by this development?
I have.
And will the proposed development exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities with respect to public utilities?
No. Water will be supplied by Currituck County via an existing 8-inch water main that is coming from Eagle Creek. Fire protection will be provided in accordance with the UDO standards. and applicable ISO standards. The water system will be modeled at the next stage of the development to demonstrate that there's adequate flow, and we've already done preliminary modeling that indicates there is adequate flow and pressure to serve the maximum day demand and a fire and fight a fire at the same time.
Have you examined whether emergency services can access the site?
Yes, they've been considered, and adequate access to and throughout the site is being provided.
We talked a little bit about, or I believe that the board talked a little bit about the phasing schedule. I'd like you to elaborate on that. There's a reference on page 42 in the staff report of a phasing schedule. Are you familiar with that?
I am, and let's go back to the previous slide. So the phasing basically is working clockwise from the upper left. Phase 1 includes the main entrance. Phase 2, then to the right of that, includes the connection to Eagle Creek. Phase 3 then includes the woodlands, and Phase 4 in the bottom left corner. If you look at, we have offered a phasing schedule, which is shown in the staff report on page 2. And so our first phase of 48 dwelling units would go to record not before January of 2025. And there was discussion earlier about what does that exactly mean in terms of impact. So the plat would go to record in 2025, January, which means that's the first time somebody could actually apply for a building permit. So once you have the permit, then you would spend the next 6 months or so building a house and then applying for a CO, and we don't see how it would be possible for a house to be occupied prior to summer of 2025.
So we're looking at the first students impacting basically August 26th.
Right, when the new school is ready.
August 25.
August 25.
January 25 is when they would apply for the.
Got it, okay.
So just to clarify, the phasing schedule that we're willing to commit to would include phase 1 at 48 dwelling units with the earliest recording date of January 2025, correct?
Correct. And then each subsequent phase not sooner than 6 months later.
So that would mean that at the time you record the plat, the house doesn't exist, correct?
Correct.
And the process you described would take about 6 months to complete the house and then to have residents.
At least.
Year off.
So this
January 25.
phasing was based, am I correct, based on the new school being complete?
August is 26th.
Is that correct? The new elementary school, excuse me.
This phasing was voluntarily offered to coincide with that 2025.
Five. So if delays happen or something happens with the school construction, would this project be willing to extend out the phases until it coincides with the opening of the school?
That's probably a better question for our school expert.
Okay.
Just so once we see how
Okay.
that capacity analysis was done, but we can revisit it then.
Okay, that's fine, okay.
I have no additional questions for this witness in tender room to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I got 2 questions regarding adequate facilities. Police and fire. Recently, the sheriff has informed us that they have difficulty patrolling and taking care of the Moyoc area. And just recently, there was an incident that they didn't have enough staff to respond to some certain instances that recently happened. So we're hearing some concerns with the sheriff's department with being able to take on the growth that's happening in Currituck right now in the Moyoc area. And then secondly, the fire department has always, in the Moyoc, has expressed concerns with being able to keep up with the growth as well, to the point that I think the board has been discussing trying to get something on the west side of the highway there so they can respond quicker, because they're having a hard time, I believe, getting out and responding. So, I mean, so those are concerns that we're hearing from the fire department and the sheriff's department already with the growth that we're having. So have you looked into any of that or addressed any of that or talked to anybody about that?
Well, we have done some conversations about that, and, my experience is that when you ask the sheriff's department or the fire department if they have adequate facilities or adequate staff, or do they need more staff. Given the opportunity, they would always like to have more staff. But I think that
To put a finer point on that, Mr. Bissell, you mentioned that, if I may.
Yep.
Mr. Mr. Commissioner, this plan did go through several rounds of TRC
But
reviews,
we
correct?
did not receive any negative comments
Right, that was, yeah, I didn't read that either. Thank you for
during
pointing
the
that out.
TRC.
No,
review
I
for
didn't, but I wanted to point it out that we've been hearing that though. Even though our TFC board probably
Discussion.
didn't put it in there, we've had those.
Right.
But it appears that from the review that those facilities are adequate to support the project.
Right, and I'm not discounting the comment, we shouldn't just only operate on the information.
No, I understand. I just wanted to point that out though.
Correct. Any other questions for Mr. Bissell?
Anything from the board?
I have one. On page 43 of the agenda packet, it says that for the on-site sewer, that specific modifications have to be made. And then it would get, let me get the right wording here. Then it will be reclassified as provisionally suitable or suitable for on-site.
Yes.
What does that look like? What are these modifications that it speaks to?
Well, this is fairly typical of the largest part, a big part of the soils in the Moyoc area. The modifications generally consist of improving the drainage and providing additional fill on the site, backfill.
So it's adding additional fill to each of the lots?
Yes. And I believe the comment is that they, rather than may be reclassified, they will be reclassified when those modifications are made.
And when you start excavating the ponds and prepping for drainage, is that typically where you get your fill from?
It is. Typically you find good usable soils when you get down 3 to 4 feet, and you find sandy soils, and so you dig ponds and you over excavate to get more material than you actually need for stormwater management, and use that to build up the lower areas and create some contours on the site, and to build up those wastewater areas.
Since you're creating a bunch of earthen berms, I'm reminded of another situation where we had that happen, and we had some flooding happen, unintended flooding, and we had a lot of meetings here getting yelled at about that, so. Is there any upstream analysis that you guys have done or are going to do to mitigate that? To accept, I think you mentioned in the report that you were gonna be able to accept water that may be flowing currently onto the property.
Well, right, we envision that this will work kind of similar to what we did at Baxter Station just recently, where the Baxter Lane ditch is really insufficient to handle a 100-year storm with all the water that's coming from the northwestern part of the county. So we've actually designed the stormwater system there to be able to accept flow that's coming from off-site. Out of the back, oops, I'm sorry.
The mic gets everybody.
Once it builds up to the point where the downstream conditions can't handle any more water, it temporarily flows into our stormwater management system and is held on site until the water level subsides to where that water can flow back down the ditch to the outlet.
And that's, you intend on this system working in much the same way, is that correct to say?
The way we're envisioning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything further from the board for Mr. Bissell? All right, thank you, sir.
Well, and let me just follow up, it's similar in that, the Baxter Lane property actually was taking some overflow in the beginning, and it'll continue to take that overflow after development. So it's a similar situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. I'd like to excuse this witness and call Mr. Andy Deal. Mr. Deal, could you please state your name and address for the board?
Yes, it's David Deal. I go by Andy, and I live at 318 Griggs Acres Drive, southern part of the county.
Can you describe your background and experience with the board, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in science in civil engineering from Virginia Tech. I've been here on the beach and in Currituck County since 1999, working as a civil engineer. Initially with Quibble and Associates. Now I'm out on my own, and I do a lot of work with this professional group. And in particular, my concentration has become stormwater, in particular in the last 10 years.
Thank you, Mr. Deal. Based on your experience and licensure, I'd like to tender Mr. Deal as an expert in the field of stormwater engineering.
Let me just clarify in case I didn't say it. I am licensed in the state of North Carolina, and I've been working for 29 years as an engineer.
Thank you. I thought you had said that. So tendered as a stormwater engineer and stormwater management.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, have you examined how this development will manage stormwater?
Yes. Let me just walk through. Basically, the existing site is farm field with some woods in the corner, and it actually drains both to Guinea Mill Canal and also to Rolling Creek Canal. There is a ditch that actually connects the two canals along our eastern property line. It's identified, I think, in the GIS as the Eagle Creek Canal. And our existing site's farm field has a grid of ditches on it, flows both directions, flows primarily to Guinea Mill, but there is some interaction with Rolling Creek. The approach to this type of scenario, where we have more than one outfall and generally flat conditions, is for us to model the entire drainage shed. In this case, the county has asked the Corps of Engineers a number of years ago to do a HECRAS model of the Guinea Mill Canal. I'm taking that model, updating the information to address developments that have happened and improvements that have happened to Guinea Mill Canal, and I'm incorporating it into an EPA SWIM model that will also include all of the Rolling Creek Canal, again, upstream of North Carolina 168. So we are going to model the entire drainage shed, upstream and downstream of this site. We will do that for the existing condition. We will define what our, for the 2-year, the 10-year, and the 100-year storm, what our hydraulic grade line or water surface elevation in the ditch, in the canals becomes, and the flow rates within the canals. Then we will model the proposed condition and check the same information. And that's how we size our ponds and our weirs and our outfalls and balance our flow going to the two canals. In this case, the model, we anticipate that the model will show on the larger storms flow onto our site. We've seen the pictures of water ponding up into the farm field. And we anticipate that there may be some interaction between Guinea Mill and Rolling Creek. Those are our design elements that we will use to design the proposed condition. If we are accepting water from Guinea Mill Canal in the pre-construction condition, then we will have to accept water from Guinea Mill Canal in the post-construction condition. At the end of the day, what we're doing is, for the 10-year storm, we're reducing flows to both outfalls, Guinea Mill and to Rolling Creek. We are reducing the flows from our site to the 2-year wooded condition. So a much smaller runoff from our site into those canals. In the 100-year storm, we will make sure that we do not increase flows in those canals, and we will ensure in the models that we are not increasing the hydraulic grade line or the elevation of water in those canals. Let's see here. I think Mr. Bissell actually spoke briefly to we will be creating some terrain on our site. We will have a berm around the outside. Again, the goal is to keep our water on our site. We're doing that by excavating 4 ponds. Those ponds will be interconnected, and they will have outlets to both sides, to the Rolling Creek side and the Guinea Mill side. And we will, again, accept flow from those conveyances if that's what the modeling shows us happens in the existing condition.
Thank you, Mr. Deal. based on that analysis and what you forecast the design to be, would the stormwater treatment here exceed the Currituck County UDO requirements?
Yes, the checking of the 100-year for flow and hydraulic grade line is not something that's specified in the UDO. And we would be meeting the 2-year, 10-year requirement of the UDO. And the big thing is the UDO doesn't require that full modeling of the entire drainage shed. And if you don't model the entire, but many people on this board have heard me talk about this before. If you don't model the entire drainage shed, you aren't getting the whole picture, and you can have negative impacts on surrounding properties.
Thank you. So with respect to the question that was asked about additional modeling that will be done with respect to drainage, is it your opinion that that will be conducted as part of this process as it goes forward to construction?
Yes, yes.
And based on all of you, your experience and what you've testified to today, does anything about the plan in front of you give you pause with respect to endangering the public health or safety with respect to stormwater?
No, it does not.
I have no further questions for this witness and tender the board.
Questions from the board? No?
Yes. How much of the area is farmland that you're talking about?
For this site, if we have the graphics of the showing, do we have an existing?
Have an aerial.
Oh.
It's a roughly, I don't have the numbers, but it's roughly 80% field and farmland right now. There is woods in a corner, in the southeast corner of the site.
And surrounding it, there's farmland also. I know Eagle Creek's on one end, but it's a lot of farmland around it also.
There's a lot of farmland around it. Some of it is being converted into solar farm right now, and there is subdivision to the south of the property.
Because I know we've had a lot of discussion that when developments go in, the ditches that the farmers have used are being cut off, and it's causing a lot of flooding in different areas. Have y'all addressed any of that?
The farm ditches for this site are part of what will be in my existing conditions model. They will be included in the big picture modeling I do of the entire drainage shed. And then when we take them out and put our proposed stuff in, then we're reflecting the removal of those farm ditches. I speculate. One of the unique things about this site is that we have major conveyances ringing 3 sides of the site. So we are not removing farm ditches that adjoining properties are relying on for regulating stormwater or groundwater. We are surrounded by larger conveyances that these farm ditches flow into.
Can you explain what you mean by the conveyances?
By conveyances, so the farm ditches on this existing site interconnect, and they flow primarily to Guinea Mill Canal, a larger conveyance, and to Rolling Creek to the north, the larger conveyance. And those are the main collectors of the stormwater for this area.
So you don't have any water, I guess what Kitty was referring to, we've had a lot of upstream problems, right? We didn't do upstream analysis, and I guess I think that's where she's going. So, and you said you like to look at the whole picture. Does that include upstream analysis?
Yes. We, as I said, we will be modeling. So our farm fields do not drain any upstream property. They drain our property to the 2 canals. Okay. We will be analyzing those 2 canals from just the other side of 168 all the way up the drainage shed to the top. For Guinea Mill Canal, we will include everything that U.S. Corps of Engineers did in their study, and for Rolling Creek Canal, the top of the drainage shed actually is Puddin Ridge Road.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Puddin Ridge Road divides everything to the north of it.
Yep. Okay. Just wanted to get a little more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Before you jump into another witness, do you guys want to take a break? Anybody? Keep going? Kevin? Yes? All right, let's take a 5-minute recess before you jump into your next witness. All right, Ms. Schwegler, we can begin again.
Thank you. I'd like to call Ms. Devin Simpson as witness, please. Ms. Simpson, please state your name and address for the board.
Good evening. My name is Devin Simpson, office address 4525 Suite 1000, Main Street, Suite 1000, Virginia Beach, 23462.
And what is your background and experience?
I am a transportation engineer at Kimley Horn. I have 6 years of experience. I am licensed in North Carolina, Virginia, and Texas, and I have performed several traffic engineering studies across the Southeast U.S.
And can you explain your degree?
Yes, and I have a Bachelor of Science degree in engineering from Louisiana State University.
At this time, I'd like to tender Ms. Simpson as a expert in the field of transportation engineer and traffic impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Simpson, can you explain Kimley Horton's role in this project?
Yes, so my firm performed the traffic analysis for this proposed development in March of 2023. I have reviewed that analysis and concur with the results.
I'm showing you what we'll try to enter as a TIA dated March 17th, 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the analysis you just referenced in your testimony?
Yes.
If I have a copy of just the abbreviated, I'd like to pass to the board, just for reference as we go. And Ms. Simpson, to the best of your knowledge, is this the same traffic analysis that's listed beginning on page 110 of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was this traffic analysis required of this project under the UDO?
No, it was not. So typical NCDOT standards to require a traffic engineering analysis for a site of this type requires a minimum of 3,000 trips per day generated by the site, and this site is proposed to have 1,706 daily trips generated.
So this site was generating a little bit above half of the threshold of the requirement?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to move the TIA be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
Ms. Simpson, has the street network for the proposed development been designed to create a safe environment for vehicles and pedestrians?
Yes, so the roadways all internal to the site and the sidewalks have been designed with NCDOT standards, specifically their guidelines for complete streets. They also have performed site distance analysis for all the site access points.
And based on your review of the TIA, have you formed an opinion about traffic congestion impacts expected to be generated by the project?
Yes, so impacts are expected to be very minimal and maintain current level of service, referred to as LOS as well, that we see at all the study intersections out there. So there were 5 study intersections. The site for traffic data was collected in February 2023, so that was used as our baseline condition. And then upon full build out, the site is expected to generate 125 AM peak hour trips and 170 PM peak hour trips. And I think you see 123 on the screen. That's a bit of a typo for the AM, but yes, 125 AM. 170 PM peak trips.
And you referred to level of service. Is level of service expected to change at the full build out of this project?
No, it is supposed to be maintained for all intersections looked at.
And based on your study, will Puddin Ridge Road have adequate capacity at full build out?
Yes, so we also looked at daily capacity along Puddin Bridge Road, a road of that type, based on the characteristics, the street size. The laneage is expected to have about a capacity of 10,000 vehicles per day based on a level of service D performance level. And after build out, so that includes growth, natural background growth from surrounding developments, and then this development, it's expected to be just under 5,000, so we're not even 50% to capacity upon build out.
Thank you. And based on your expert opinion, are the traffic impacts generated going to be reasonably mitigated by any of the infrastructure?
Yes, so all the infrastructure appears to be adequate to accommodate the site development.
Will the improvements allow safe and efficient access for fire, rescue, and law enforcement?
Yes, appropriate access has been made for these through the primary access point and then the secondary access point for fire and emergency access.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Based on your testimony and your review, do you have any remaining concerns about this plan's ability to endanger the public health or safety?
I do not.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness, and I tender her to the board.
Mr. Chairman, that's quick. The Eagle Creek community, have you driven through Eagle Creek and surveyed those roads and all that traffic in there?
So we collected traffic counts, so that secondary access point that we're referring to, that the one they talked about earlier, that stubs out. So we did collect existing traffic data there, and that was one of the intersections that we analyzed. And that is supposed to perform at a level of service A. Traffic volumes were relatively low.
From there all the way out to the exit?
Not all the way, and I don't know if you're referring once you get to 168 or a little bit further
All
in,
through
but
Eagle Creek, all the way out to the?
we did not study that far out, no.
Okay.
But is that secondary or the that's the secondary exit, correct?
Correct. The primary access is off Put-in Bridge Road.
Y'all know when the solar, I know the solar farm's probably, this might be a Kevin Kemp question, probably 50% completion. That's supposed to be completed this year. If this project went, I mean, when would construction start on this project? 24? Like far as construction, far as cutting in roads or whatever, if it was approved?
I think
On this
phase
project.
one, they had just discussed previously, 2025 at the earliest.
Correct.
For site work.
Earth moving, yeah, site work, but I mean, like I said, I believe the solar's gonna be finished this summer, July or August.
Yeah, and I guess the reason why, the concern I have is if the primary is gonna be down Puddin Bridge Road and that traffic light is stopping the cycle of that, you're gonna have a tendency of individuals wanting to go through Eagle Creek and go down Survey Road where there's no light to get on 168, so that traffic's
There's a
probably.
light on Survey Road.
On Survey Road, you get out there past, now if you go past the middle school and go down south.
If nobody's going south,
You're
they're
gonna go
going
that far
north.
out of your way?
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, there's other avenues to get through there, and I'm just
25%.
wondering how that traffic's gonna pick up through Eagle Creek then.
They'd have Cooper Garrett as well.
Okay.
I didn't know that was that funny. I mean, I ride down it. I ride down it on the road.
All right, listen, let's maintain some decorum.
Can I ask?
Just wanted to clarify, was there a specific question there?
Well, no, I was just curious if what the traffic impact might be through Eagle Creek, but you didn't, all you calculated was that intersection going into Eagle Creek.
Correct. And we're not anticipating much of the traffic to use that access. And certainly in my experience, that people are not going to take the more circuitous route. They're going to take the most direct path to 168 and out the primary access.
Okay, so you're focusing, they're gonna be using Puddin Ridge Road then, the primary?
Correct.
Okay.
So, on page 176 of the agenda packet, it has a level of service E at Puddin Ridge and Tulse Creek Road and 168. What does a level of service E look like? Can you explain that to me, what
Okay.
that looks like?
Yeah, so a level of service E, typically you're going to see about 60 seconds of delay, or 50 to 60 seconds of delay. So you're sitting at that light maybe for, depending on how long the cycle length is, you might sit through one cycle.
So this subdivision, when it is built out, is only going to cause a 60-second backup. Is that what you're saying?
So in the handout, so page 3 and 4 of the packet that Jamie had handed y'all has delays associated with that. So it says it in seconds as well. That's what you see in parentheses there. So if you're looking at that intersection, we've got it broken down by approach there. And so you can see level service D is about 46 seconds of delay.
And what,
I will say.
all right, listen, I will not tolerate that at all. You were saying
I will say,
on-
I live off Puddin Ridge Road and come out it every day, and DOT has already adjusted the cycles for the summertime traffic.
Right.
And there's got to be some adjustment made back to where the people that transverse up and down Puddin Ridge Road and Tulse Creek Road can get out on Currituck Highway. And if that's not done, it's going to create some issues.
And so when you say the summer cycle, as I'm not familiar with coming in and out of that road, it's longer cycles on 168 for north-southbound traffic on 168.
Correct.
Right. So, I guess we need to check with DOT too on that.
And Commissioner Jarvis, I just wanted to clarify, Jamie just pointed out to me what the number you were looking at. So the letter E that you see on that exhibit, that is a different metric. So that the metric that we're using is the highway capacity manual, and that's what that spits out. And it's actually a level service C for the overall intersection upon build out. And then some of the approaches are a level service D. So you have a weighted average of the overall intersection being a C. And
The
then
approaches, you mean other roads?
no, I mean the northbound, southbound, eastbound. So those all have their individual delays, and then the overall intersection performs you have a weighted metric for the overall intersection.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you did your analysis in February, is that correct?
Traffic data was collected, yes, on a typical weekday. I believe it was a Tuesday, February 7th, and that was when school was in session as well.
When you do these things, you really look at peak times when people are commuting to work, to and from work, things of that nature that would be the most adverse impacts on an area. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So did you physically inspect these? Did you guys come out and look at that site and sit there? Is that how you did this?
So we've drove around. We also have another sub-consultant that goes out and actually collects the data. They're an expert in it. That's what they do. And then we take that data and we process it and we use it for our study. They also got other data measurements out there, such as like the measurements of the lanes while they were out there as well. But we have visited the area.
So the sub you use, I guess, so they come out and they have physically watched what's going on there to get these numbers, or they do traffic, they sit there and count vehicles? I mean,
So
what
they
is that?
actually, I don't know which specific method they used, depends on the size of the intersection. Sometimes they have people actually sitting out there and they have devices that they use to kind of keep track and count. Sometimes they also put video cameras up and then they're post-processing those videos and tabulating the counts then. They also, if there is anything unusual driver behavior-wise or just any observations they see while they're out there during those peak hours, they report those to us as well.
Okay.
They do have traffic cameras across the road.
Okay.
I saw that too.
Yep. Okay.
If I could just add a follow-up clarification.
Of course.
Ms. Simpson, in your experience, is using that type of subcontractor a typical practice in your work?
Yes, it is almost always used in these studies.
And is that subcontractor somebody who is kind of supervised and monitored by Kimley Horn?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on traffic? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll excuse Ms. Simpson and call Mr. Howell to stand. Mr. Howell, could you please state your name and address for the board?
Yes, my name is Hunter Howell, and my office address is 412 East Chatham Street, Cary, North Carolina, 27511.
Please explain your background and experience to the board.
So I'm a professional real estate appraiser, and I work with Valbridge Property Advisors. I'm licensed by North Carolina as a state certified general appraiser, and I am a member of the Appraisal Institute, and I'm working towards an MAI designation. I've been appraising properties throughout North Carolina for approximately 8.5 years now. And I've also testified as an expert at numerous quasi-judicial hearings in other jurisdictions addressing the same or similar factors that I'll be addressing here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Howell as an expert in the field of real property appraisal, impacts to real property, and harmony with surrounding properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howell, can you explain your role in this project?
Yes, so I was engaged to study the impacts of this project to the value of adjoining property and whether the project is in harmony with the area.
And did you complete any type of report based on your analysis?
Yes, I prepared a report in which I analyzed the effects of the proposed development on the surrounding area. This includes looking at the surrounding land uses and residential values over the previous 3 years in order to determine market demographics and trends. I also looked at other developments in comparable locations in order to determine the effects of these developments in the area in which they are located. This is called a match pair analysis.
And I'm showing you a document. Are you familiar with this document?
I am. I made that document.
Okay, and is this report summarizing your match pair analysis?
It is.
I'd like to pass this to the board, please. Mr. Howell, can you please walk the board through your analysis?
Yes. The report analyzed a 1, 3, and 5 mile radius, looking at the population, housing supply, and household income data over the last 10 years with projections over the next 5 years. This data is on page 3 of the report. The population within a 5 mile radius has almost doubled since 2000 and is expected to grow annually by 2.5% or 2%, over the next 5 years. The housing supply is also expected to increase at the same rate. This indicates a strong and healthy market that is expected to have exponential growth over the next 5 years. In addition, we also analyzed the housing inventory and price per square foot over the last 3 years. There's a sharp decline in homes available in Moyock starting in 2019, with price per square foot increasing over this same time period. This indicates that there's a need of additional inventory to keep homes affordable in the area. The past 2 years have also seen the average days on market for residential homes in Moyock drop below 30 days, which is another indication that market is in need of additional inventory to keep up with the current demand.
So in other words, more supply is needed in order to keep up with the demand that you're seeing in this data?
That is correct.
Did you analyze how the proposed development is anticipated to impact surrounding property?
Yes, it did. There's generally a positive impact to surrounding properties with the type of development proposed here. As new residential developments come to the area, it enhances the surrounding areas positively in terms of property values. Increasing home values increases the value of available vacant land as developers look to fill the void for additional housing options. This has been seen in several instances across the eastern part of the state. We looked at 3 large residential subdivisions with master plans in other formerly rural areas and found that they have sparked further development of adjacent property and increased those land values. This is on page 8 of the report. The best example of this is the Palmetto Creek of the Carolinas in Bolivia, North Carolina. The area was mostly vacant agricultural land when the development broke ground in 2005, and the area has since seen rapid growth and positive impacts on adjacent land, especially as commercial uses were needed to support this residential growth. This proposed development is surrounded by single-family residential dwellings, vacant agricultural land, and residential subdivisions. It is common for single-family residential developments to be located in the same general area within a particular market. Typically, these developments are clustered beside each other along less traveled corridors in order to keep harmony of use. Larger commercial developments are typically located a short distance away along higher traffic corridors, limiting the number of vehicles passing the residential development area. The subject's proposed use is in harmony with the surrounding land uses, and based on the proposed density of the development, there are no negative impacts to the adjacent properties in the general neighborhood.
So to summarize that analysis, is it your opinion that based on comparable subdivisions and adjoining lands, that the proposed use will not injure the value of abutting or adjoining lands?
Correct, yes. So we looked at similar developments in the immediate area. I guess we can. There we go. In the immediate area to determine if the project is cohesive with the development pattern. So this is on page 5 of the report, and this is a picture of it. We identified 5 similar subdivisions in the area, either recently developed or approved and under construction. Based on the range of 0.89 to 2.14 units per acre in the developments we identified, this project is cohesive and in harmony with the surrounding land uses. So kind of in conclusion, based on this analysis and report, I found the proposed use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and is in harmony with the area's overall general neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. And that is based on your overall experience as a real property appraiser and with respect to impacts and real property values?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Would the board like to ask any questions of this witness?
Anything? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll excuse Mr. Howell and call Mr. Joseph Olszewski.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Olszewski. Could you please state your name and address for the board?
Joseph Olszewski, 1526 32nd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C.
Excuse me, I'm a little bit out of order. Could I move to admit the Valbridge Property Appraisers Report as exhibit number 2?
Yes, thank you.
Can you explain your background and experience for the board?
Right. As you can read on the slide here, I'm former superintendent of Seattle Public Schools. Prior to that, I was chief financial officer of the school district. I was the primary author of a comprehensive student assignment plan district-wide and a $1.5 billion capital program rebuilding virtually every school in the district. So very experienced in this area. I've been president CEO of 4 different companies in the education space, and I retired a few years ago, and I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins, Harvard, Tulane, and I'm a guest speaker at Vanderbilt University.
And that's retirement?
That's retirement, thank you. It's a good gig if you can get it.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Olszewski as an expert in the area of public school capacity and adequacy of public school facilities.
Thank you.
Mr. Olszewski, are you prepared to speak to the county's ability to provide adequate public schools for the students generated by this development as referenced in sections 2.4.6D and 6.6 of the Currituck County UDO?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared a report summarizing your findings?
I have completed an analysis of that.
I'd like to hand you a document marked Lotus Ridge Special Use Permit Preliminary Plat, Adequate Public Schools Facilities.
Which I have another one right here, you're right.
Is this the report that you
That
prepared?
is correct.
Okay, I'd like to pass this to the board as well.
And you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yep, we can't see
Don't-
that.
don't use the cursor?
If you point at that screen in front of you, we can't see it up there on the
Okay.
TV, so.
Mr. Olszewski, as I pass these out, could you please explain to the board how you went about?
And I can do
analysis?
this.
You can do that.
Great. So we took data from you and from the school district that established a baseline of capacity trends. Capacity in this sense is the physical seat capacity on a school-by-school basis, year-by-year basis, against the ADM enrollment on a school-by-school basis. So we accepted as a baseline the data that you provided us. Then we created a scenario depending on that baseline data included the expansions that you've already committed to at Moyock Elementary and Moyock Middle. And then the big difference was whether Tulse Creek was going to open in 2025 or 2027. And we created 2 scenarios. We heard what you decided earlier today, which creates some clarity, but you'll see in this report we were prepared for either scenario, either a 2025 or a 2027 scenario for opening of Tulse Creek. And I do acknowledge, I think the last point is important. I think someone asked the question up here earlier. This is the best data we have available. Reality has a funny way of sometimes arriving different than we project, so we acknowledge that there could be variations over time, but this is the best and most precise data available.
And just as a follow-up to that, you based your analysis on the information provided by both Currituck County itself as well as Currituck County Schools?
Correct. That is our sole source of data.
Thank you.
So our analysis was pretty straightforward. Starting from that baseline, we had 2 scenarios. Our core scenario was the 2025 Tulse Creek opening, and then we created the alternative scenario of a 2027 opening of Tulse Creek. And you'll see we had a different plan for each of those scenarios. Our key goal in both of them was to calculate if and how Currituck schools had the ability to serve all children in the county, including those students generated by the Lotus Ridge development. So here is the Lotus Ridge development assumptions, and I think it's important to stress these because I think it's a point you made earlier. But the earliest record date is January 2025, which on the most accelerated schedule possible, the first houses will open in July 2025, which means the first set of students would arrive in Currituck County Schools in August of 2025. You can see it's a reasonably small number relative to the total capacity, total enrollment of the district, only 12 students. Another 11 students, again, this is the most accelerated schedule we could come up with. So this is the largest number of children on the fastest schedule possible. Another set of children would be arriving in January of 2026, which presumably would be second semester of the 25-26 school year, and then certainly there in fall of 2026. And then phases 3 and 4 would add another 21 students that again would be arriving in fall of 2026. So stressing, these students are arriving coterminous with the arrival of the new capacity at Tulls Creek.
And how did you determine how many students would be generated by development?
Yeah, the Tischler report is a methodology that the county uses, and I have not used that elsewhere. We have other variations on this, but this is very consistent with the methodology. 0.25 elementary students per dwelling unit. So it's a well-accepted model, and it's the model we used.
Thank you.
Okay, this is your baseline analysis. This is a heat map. This is in a document that you provided us, and I think the most important thing you need to look at, and Chairman White, I wish I could point here, but if you look at 2023-24, starting then for both Shawboro and Moyock, you can see you've got a lot of red, right? You have students over, you have a deficit capacity. All right, so that is the reality you're living right now. This is after the expansions that you've already funded for fall of 2023. This is not news to you. This is your numbers, okay? So here's our first scenario, and now, given the vote you took today, it is the scenario that we are proposing. For the Tulls Creek opening in 2025, really the focus can be on these 3 north end schools, Shawboro, Moyock, and Tulls Creek. You're over capacity at both Moyock and Shawboro, and so the opening of Tulls Creek allows you to reallocate students from Moyock and Shawboro to the new Tulls Creek, in addition, the Lotus Ridge students. And as you'll see in a moment, you'll still have excess capacity after that.
And Mr. Olszewski, is it true that this assignment to Tulls Creek would be required whether or not the Lotus Ridge use is approved tonight?
Yeah, you just have to go back to this heat map here and say, you're at, what was your number, 130 something percent over capacity at Moyock. So yes, there was going to have to be capacity reallocations. Another point worth making is this plan does not require any reallocations from any other schools. So it only affects Moyock, Shawboro, and Tulls Creek. Now, I do need to say with the superintendent and the audience, there's a lot of different techniques for reallocating students. We were neutral on what techniques the school district or you all want to use to execute. I use multiple of them throughout my career. There are choice voice models, there's redrawing lines on maps, there's a whole bunch of techniques. We were agnostic on all that. What we said was let's just count noses for how many students you have to move.
So in addition to not generating any students until August of 2025, this illustrates how students could be reassigned beginning in August 2025 when Tulls Creek opens.
Correct. And to say it another way, you're going to have 800 seats that are going to be empty. You're going to want to use them. We did take a little look at other developments near Tulls Creek, and the good news is you do have a fair number of developments right nearby that are frankly closer to Tulls Creek than either to Shawboro or Moyock. Presumably, students in those developments today are served in Moyock or Shawboro, and so you could reallocate them to Tulls Creek and in fact reduce travel time, walking distance for those families. So this is the revised heat map. And if you look in that black circle, you went from a whole bunch of red to a whole bunch of green. And the good news is that green stretches out through the entire analysis period. Jarvisburg, obviously other end of the county, continues to be red. I made the assumption regarding reallocation to take Shawboro down to kind of 100% capacity. You could do more if you wanted to. But the key issue here, if the goal of this entire analysis is to demonstrate that the district and the county have the capacity available to serve the students, this green is your answer to that question.
So while we acknowledge that the county, the district can, the superintendent can use a lot of different tools, this is illustrating one tool that they could do in addition to our.
Well, no, it's not showing the tool, it's showing the aggregate impact of whatever tool the superintendent chooses to use.
Thank you.
So to get very concrete and specific about answering the question, do you have the capacity to serve the Lotus Ridge students? So there's surplus capacity at Lotus Ridge. Using the assumptions we used in our analysis that we're going to reallocate 400 students from a combination of Shawboro and Moyock to Tulls Creek at its opening. So Tulls Creek would be 50% occupied when opened. Okay? Given the ramp up, given the ramp up of Lotus Ridge enrollment, and remember this is the most aggressive assumption we can make, we're only putting a modest dent in the excess capacity, the surplus capacity at Lotus Ridge. So you're seeing at the bottom line 377, 313, 313, 277. So still substantial surplus capacity to serve the students at Lotus Ridge.
Excuse me, is this chart also reflected on page 7 of your report?
It is.
Okay, and so when you're referring to the lines there, the surplus capacity with Lotus Ridge, let's take the year 2025 to 2026,
Yeah.
for example. Can you explain to the board what the 400 number and the 377 number mean?
Sure. So Lotus Ridge, as we understand it, is going to open with a stated capacity of 800 students. This analysis, this scenario made the assumption that 400 students are going to be reallocated from Moyock and Shawboro. So 400 students are going to fill Tulls Creek 50% at its opening. In addition, Lotus Ridge students, the first wave of Lotus Ridge students are going to arrive in fall of 2025, which is that 23 students down below. So if you take 400 plus 23, Tulls Creek will open with 423 students, which means it has 377 of surplus capacity available to it.
Thank you, and that 23 number is the addition of the students from phase.
There you go. Okay? Is this, again, I wish I had my pointer here, but there you go. Okay. We did do 27. I'm not going to spend as much time on that, but I just want to tell you, I think you asked the question about sort of flex, what if things get delayed, what if the world doesn't arrive the way we expected. This is how you deal with those uncertainties. The 2027 one, clearly you've got to cast a wider net, and you can see that the biggest place where you have added extra capacity is Griggs. You have a fair number of excess seats there. And so the 2027 scenario is really a two-step scenario, which says starting in fall of 25, you reallocate Moyock and Shawboro kids to Griggs, and then bring them back to Tulls Creek in fall of 2027 when they open. And
Only necessary if the Tulls Creek construction were delayed.
right. And again, this you can see what I did with this analysis was if you look at the years 25, 26, and 26, 27, I tried to kind of get it into that orange and yellow mix, kind of full capacity, and then once Tulls Creek open, you're back in the green. And again, same calculation, you still can service all of the Lotus Creek kids, even under the scenario when Tulls Creek gets delayed.
Great. Mr. Olszewski, based on your analysis in the report, have you formed an opinion as to the county's ability to provide adequate public schools for the students generated by this development?
Yes. Under the two scenarios we analyzed, the core scenario, which is a 2025 opening, it is indisputable with substantial surplus. that the county can serve all the students in the county, plus the added Lotus Ridge students. With the 2027 scenario, as I showed you, it is a two-step process, maybe a little bit more awkward, but again, you can serve all the students in the county, including those generated by the Lotus Ridge development.
So based on the phasing plan that was discussed earlier, is it your opinion that the students generated from this development will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public schools?
Completely confident of that.
And that all required facilities are in place or programmed to be in place within the 2 years from today?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions for this witness and tender to the board.
Board have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, we're basing this assumption on the fact that when that first group of homes come forward, which is 48, that all of them will be occupied in July and put in students.
Which is a very aggressive assumption, to say the least.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you know, if you were part of our analysis team, sir, you would have seen a much slower path, and I certainly was one to push, saying, let's have the most accelerated schedule so we with confidence can say, whatever scenario comes, we're going to be able to serve it.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. So based on the scenario, if delays happen with the project, the school project, what I saw you presented up there, your solution that you presented would be to redraw lines and move students to allow more time for that school to be completed?
Well, remember, I'm agnostic on technique, and there's lot in the world of student assignment. There are multiple techniques. The brute force method is to redraw lines. So that's a common method. There's other methods to accomplish that as well, and you can do it by grade level. You know, parents don't like moving kids when they're in 5th grade because you've just had 5 years. The kid has had 5 years with a cohort and they don't want to move them. So maybe you break it up into, you know, K1, 2 at one school. I mean, there's a lot of different options. You know, I certainly have had a lot of experience with choice and incentive-based redistricting, you know, reallocating. So I'm not trying to tell you you've got to draw lines. You can draw lines.
Well, we can't draw lines. That's
Fair
the
enough.
school board's job.
Correct. Fair enough. Fair enough.
How often do you see lines redrawn?
Oh, I mean, it's never fun. I mean, I know that, but it is part of, especially in a fast growth suburban type of environment, it is very common. So it happens. I certainly, it would be incorrect to say it's rare. It's not rare. But school board members, superintendents, folks like you, you know, that's a real decision. It affects people's lives. And so I would just encourage you to look at multiple techniques and to accomplish the goal. The goal here is to move students.
And to clarify, we recognize that the superintendent and the school board is ultimately in charge of what tool is
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
But the point is that this development will not exceed the county's ability to provide for those adequate public facilities.
Clearly, there is surplus capacity. Clearly.
And in your professional opinion, is it in both the county and the school board's interest to fill Tulse Creek when it is opened?
To fill it to the degree you have students to fill it. Right, absolutely. I mean, you're spending money to build capacity, and it's a capacity utilization question. And so moving students to Tulse Creek on a schedule, I mean, what I, as a superintendent, love about these schedules, the green schedule, is you've got a nice runway ahead of you to work with over the course of the next 5 years.
Okay. Anything further from the board? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further witnesses. I think in light of the public who'd like to speak, we're happy to just defer any time until afterwards and summarize the evidence, and if that's the wishes of the board.
I figured you'd want to come back up maybe to offer rebuttal or a closing summation. All right, thank you very much. All right, next up is public comment. I will remind everyone, as I did earlier, that this is, we can only accept evidence has been entered into by expert witnesses who've been qualified as such. So comments will be your own. The board cannot accept those and when it makes its decision based on public opinion. So with that, the first person I have is Shane Kelly. Good evening, sir. If you would, just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Name's Shane Kelly. I live at 177 Oxford Road.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, good morning, everybody. I feel like I need to get up for work in an hour. It's a joke. So as a resident of Cahoon Farms, my main concern is drainage and flooding of the canal. And after reading the TRC comments and developer responses, there's one that stuck out to me and generated some questions. Their response was, it is our understanding that the canal drainage infrastructure improvements recommended by the study within the vicinity of the proposed project have been completed. Therefore, we will not be recommending any further canal drainage infrastructure improvements. So when I read that, I looked all over the ends of the internet trying to find anything showing what was done, when it was done. Couldn't find anything. So the questions I came up with, and some of these have been addressed in a future tense, and some will probably be addressed by other residents. Questions are, what company was awarded the contract to complete the work? What portion of the canal is the contractor referring to? Is it only the section next to the proposed development? What date did the work start? What date did the work end? Who verified completion of the contractor's work? Was it a county official? How much did we, Currituck County, pay for the work? Were there any follow-on studies completed to show whether the work that was completed was actually effective in resolving the issues identified by the Army Corps of Engineers? And then also two questions that kind of go with the solar farms. I don't know the whole planning behind the solar farms, but I've seen truckloads and truckloads of dirt going into the solar farms, so I'm assuming they are also changing the topography of the land back there in some way. I don't know that for a fact, but is that also being considered in the drainage issues with the canal? The pictures I included, I know you can't consider them because I'm not an expert witness, I'm just a resident. Those pictures were taken by me on 3 different dates, just as a resident. Want to see what the effects of the canal flooding, how it affected the neighborhood I was living in. And those were taken on August 4th, 2021, April 10th, 2021, and November 13th, 2020. Again, I don't know when the work was completed, but if it was completed prior to those pictures being taken, I would have concerns that to the effectiveness of that work that was completed. And if any of you want to see some, there's some black and white copies out there.
Sorry, what was that last part?
The other residents, if they want to see some of the pictures, there's black and white copies out there, because when I originally printed out your copies, I accidentally did it in black and white. Instead of throwing it away, I figured I'd just bring them in anyway. Lastly, I just hope you'll consider everything, including my concerns and my fellow residents' concerns, before voting yea or nay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
These pictures, these are the 10-acre lots, aren't they?
It looks like it to me.
It looks like, yeah, so
Yes.
they're exempt from stormwater.
They're 10-acre lots?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're exempt from stormwater, yeah, okay.
Right. That's something we're working on remedying.
Yeah, so, but I just want to make sure I was looking.
And one of the things, to answer your question, when I asked the drainage expert when they came in here, was to look up upstream, analysis and look at this. The Army Corps of Engineers has done a study of our area, and we created a larger MAYOC stormwater drainage district, and we now have money in that. So we're actually working through making some of those improvements to fix that. That has not begun yet, okay? So that is out there, but to your point, that is exactly what we're working through. We finally got a nice pot of money to work with soil and water to get in there and do some repairs, open up, put larger culvert pipes in where they're needed, and those types of things, do snagging and clear some of the outfall. So just as a general statement to the public that may be watching tonight or in the room, we are looking at that right now.
Okay. I know the watershed district hadn't met since around COVID, talking to a couple of members that were currently on it. I did apply, so I could do my part and try to help out. So And I did hear them address some of the issues with the drainage, but it seemed like it was all in future tense. I just hope we do our due diligence and require that the analysis and modeling be completed prior to voting approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming out. All right, teacher.
Michelle.
Is it Michelle?
Oh, Cognac.
All right, thank you. Knew I was going to get that wrong.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Cognac. I live at 178 Oxford Road. I have the following concerns about the Lotus Ridge development. I'm not going to speak to stormwater. I echo Mr. Kelly's concerns on that. You've already addressed those.
Thank you.
Want to bring up transportation traffic. So Oak Trail Solar came in. They have 280 employees. Their peak time, I guess, is when I go to work. So that commute in the morning is like 3 to 5 minutes longer for me in the morning and at night, which is not a big deal. But that's only 280 people. If you take the 1,706 they say are going to go into this new development, you take that times 6, that makes that drive, which should be a 6-minute drive, it's already 9 to 11. It's going to make it 18 to 30 for me to get from Oxford. And that's in the off season, and everybody out here kind of guffawed a little bit. But in the off season, that light, I wait 3 to 4 minutes to turn left on Highway 168 to go to work. So a gentleman said up here that needs to be adjusted, and I think that would address that concern. The next one I'm just going to kind of lump together. It's like the traffic, right? So they talked about the traffic study didn't address how Eagle Creek is a part of that. And I'll just bring this up. Anybody who's gone the Outer Banks knows when people go on 168, if there's a way to shortcut it, and what I envision is they'll shortcut through Puddin Ridge Road, try to go through this cutoff in the new development, go out Eagle Creek. If that does happen, I suggest a suggestion for the commissioners, do a residence or business only pass like we've done with the Currituck access, good to go on the 4-wheel drive beach, something like that, just down the road if it's an issue. Wastewater and the flooding, you guys have seen the pictures. My concern for this is we have the canal that doesn't work right. On our 10-acre lots, we have an offset between septic and the well water. If you're going to bring in 177 septic, how is that going to affect our water, right, the water table? Are we going to have enough water for those of us that are on well water? I realize the city is going to bring in water, and then it comes to the safety, and I leave that to the experts on having septic and people's drinking water that close. And then the last thing is just the wetlands conservation and wildlife. And I know that the gentleman talked in his study that it won't be impacted, but 177 new residences may affect it. And I'll just say with the Oak Trail Solar, I have a lot more birds, and I've got a pond, a lot more birds, fish, turtles, snakes than there was before. So those are the concerns that I have as a resident. Just ask the board to consider those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, James Mims. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, board. James Mims, 105 Chestnut, and I'll begin. As I begin, please keep in mind that the small area plan labeled Moyock as rural. Starting with Currituck 2040 vision plan and the land use compatibility, it states, quote, preserve rural character through preservation of water views, open space, farms, pastures, woodlands, forest, and wildlife habitat areas for hunting and fishing. Within the UDO, Chapter 1, General Applicability states, the intent of this ordinance is to more specifically to paragraph I, protect the county's rural character and agricultural heritage. The only clear way within the UDO to establish what preserves rural character is taking a look at Chapter 3, zoning districts for single-family mainland. It establishes that rural and conservation areas required a density of 0.33 dwelling units an acre. This development is not in line with that vision and provides a 0.70 dwelling unit per acre density. I'd like to follow up with some text straight from the special use permit for Lotus Ridge. Bullet number 12, paragraph D, that the proposed development will not cause the county to exceed its ability to provide adequate public schools. When I provide this information, I just want you to be aware that I got it through public records request. I'd like to read some quotes from the budget work session. Jarvisburg is busting at the seams. Central is busting at the seams. You go to other schools like Shawboro Elementary, and they are using broom closets for space. Moayoc Elementary School, according to adequate public facilities ordinance, is sitting at approximately 737 students, in a school designed for 529 students, according to the table presented to me through a public records request. Based on the Tischler study, the construction of Lotus Ridge, it would bring the projected enrollment of Moayoc Elementary School to 780, with only a projected capacity of 770 students, and therefore is not in line again with adequate public facilities at Moayoc Elementary School, even following the expansion expected in August. Let me please remind the board of three things. These enrollment projections do not account for the Florida Farm subdivision that is dedicated to Moayoc Elementary School with a 69 student enrollment expected, bringing the total needed capacity to 849. Number two, these enrollment projections also don't account for the other 210 Moayoc Elementary School students expected to be generated by the other developments to the liking of Falls Plain Development with 111, Falls Estates 7, Moayoc Commons 13 students, Baxter Station 20, and much more. This would require a school capacity of 1,054 minimum at Moayoc Elementary School with all approved developments built. And three, according to North Carolina Public School Facility Guidelines, mobile and modular buildings are temporary, freestanding, relocatable classrooms and toilet units. There's no walking this decision back. You cannot say a school is programmed to be here within 10 years when by your own very words, we can't even obtain enough police cars, fire apparatus, or employees for business. Supply is a huge problem in this country right now.
You're going to have to stop putting words in our mouths. Now, you've taken some stuff out of context. I did very much so state that we are working through replacing apparatus, and it takes a while to get it. But that does not mean that we cannot deliver adequate public facilities.
Supply is a huge problem in this country. Do you remember how long it took Currituck County High School to be built? Don't allow this development to become like past rezonings. Quote, the reason we're in this mess is because of rezoning that took place years ago. Who can you blame if those schools or expansions aren't here yet? Let's not rely on contingencies, let's rely on fact. There's not adequate public facilities right now.
Again, you can't testify to that.
I'm not testifying, I'm
You are,
giving my
by being
opinion
up
like
here, you are stating your opinion, and you cannot be considered. So you cannot testify to things you are not an expert on.
I'm not testifying, I'm giving my opinion.
Well, that's not, you're still testifying, because you swore under oath that you would
I didn't swear under
testify.
oath, Chairman.
You did not raise your hand.
I did not.
And
You told me
you can't
that-
be up here. I asked anyone who was going to speak this evening to stand and raise their right hand.
No, that
Yes,
is
I
if
did.
you're
I said we have a whole group.
testifying.
I had everybody over here and a bunch of people over there, because we don't have enough Bibles, and we had a bunch of people that were in this room to speak on this agenda item tonight before I even got into the agenda item.
Chairman, you told me out there that testimony and opinion were two different things, and you said that
Right.
in the hallway. You
It
said if
did.
you're testifying to swear in. I did not swear in because I was not testifying, I'm
Well,
giving public
you
opinion.
have to swear in to be part of this process.
Can I please swear in?
Yes.
Okay,
So there's a
thank
Bible right there.
Thank you.
Need you to place your left hand on it, your right hand in the air. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Now, that being said, you have to be very careful where you go with this, because you are not an expert on any of these things. So just, you're trying to offer testimony, but it's not. There are opinions. An opinion was the other people that came before you, that they had an opinion that it was going to flood, but this was through observance. But they didn't say it's actually going to flood every time. You're saying we don't have adequate public facilities, we're going to have 1,000 kids, and you came up with numbers that we're not even aware of.
Can I please provide you the public records request results that were given to me through the county officials, county staffing?
We can't consider it.
You cannot what?
We cannot consider it.
Okay. I'm trying to provide an opinion with quotes that are exactly
So
from members of
is
this.
your opinion, you need to just give us your opinion. You know, the problem is with this whole thing, this is not designed for public opinion. It is in there, but because of legal challenges, changes through the state legislature to how we have to operate, that public opinion can't really be considered. And the problem is, as I said earlier at the very beginning of the meeting this evening, we want to hear public opinion. We are political animals. We are here to serve you, the public. But the problem is we can't do that in this particular instance in that normal way, as you could with a rezoning. You can come in and all day long have an opinion on that.
I apologize, Chairman. To my understanding, this was a time for me to express my opinion. That is what I was trying to do. With me stating that we don't have inadequate public facilities, that is in my opinion from the public records request that I provided. That was my opinion. I am not an expert. That is in my opinion. You can't take my word for it. It's just my opinion. That's me just delivering my freedom of speech.
Right.
That is all, Chairman.
Do you have anything?
I would just like to add to what you were saying. The board must base its decision on factual evidence in the record, not personal opinion.
Right. And so, and you correctly stated, we cannot use that on our basis for a decision tonight. And it's frustrating to us as a Board of Commissioners. All the time we deal with this. So I do apologize to you guys and the public that we can't consider that, but I want to make clear how we have to operate.
Can you please allow me to finish?
Yes, please do.
My comments. Moving on to safety. Also, in the special use permit bullet number A states this use will not endanger public health or safety. This very board, multiple members have stated that we need and are behind on fire apparatus. It's not due to the housing, that is due to age, but we need apparatus and it will take years to get. Some different companies, including E1 and Seagrave, that we use to obtain and purchase apparatus, state that the apparatus could take 2 to 3 years to obtain. This very board said we need an aerial. Even more importantly, we need manpower. Directly from members of our fire department, we are lacking manpower. We're always scared of being sued. What if the people decide to sue the county for not having adequate apparatus or manpower to protect their homes? Also, as a parent, without exploiting a security threat at our schools, how can we allow this development to be passed without a fix in place that the parents have brought forward in recent weeks? Have the safety concerns been addressed and adequate precautions been taken? Board, I hope you're understanding what I'm saying when I speak of this topic. I truly hope the seriousness of this situation is touching the hearts of not only you, but also the developers presenting these 177 homes with children set to walk through the doors of our schools lacking needs. I want those children coming and those currently here safe. Board, it's time to say no. I've given you all I have. Developers and commissioners, I hope even you can see the genuine feeling and passion of the people that show up here week after week, day after day. For those of you in the audience and watching at home that believe nothing will control the growth, I beg to differ, and we will, and it's people like those sitting in this very audience, those of you that are standing by me and encouraging me, and those of you taking a stand together as a community, that one day, maybe today, this board will vote down a major development and move forward with a vision that would indeed make Currituck great again. Thank you, board.
Okay. Now, James, hang on a second. Thank you very much for your passion and dedication. First of all, okay, I don't mean to dissuade any of that. You are very close to getting yourself to be a leader of a civic association. I have said that before in here, and I'll say it again tonight. We have one in Corolla. They have affected change. If you get together and get enough people together and form a civic association to have a united common goal and vision, you can then probably get together and hire an attorney to represent you and bring in people to express your point of view and your concerns and offer a counter view for the Board of Commissioners to consider. Right now, the only thing that's come before us tonight has been expert witnesses who have years of degree work behind them and their careers to back up what they say. And so it puts the public at a great disadvantage, and it's not your fault. It has been years of trials and courts and bad decisions by other Board of Commissioners in other counties and other towns and other cities that have involved this process. So I'm just advising you that you should absolutely try and do something, try and organize and form your own civic association so that you can have a united voice and hire someone to help you out in these situations and give the board something to go on for future, stuff that comes down the road.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay? Thank you for coming out this evening. All right. John Pollard? Did you take off? Connie Hedrick. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board. And I want to compliment the applicants for a well-prepared presentation for you to consider this evening. And people do say that if you're not if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Well, I guess I'm in the right room now because I am not the smartest person in this room. I did hear a couple of pieces of testimony from the applicant. And first of all, my major concern about the subdivision is when it originated. We became in Currituck County on the OLF consideration 2003. I believe I heard in the narrative that this subdivision was put together in 2007. And it was shelved. It was put together, from what I understand, history of it is that we were at a point where we were trying to fight the OLF from coming in. And so there were many subdivisions that were created to create density so that we could fight having the OLF right there on 168, 158. So this came to be, and then now all of a sudden it is on the table. I also heard from testimony here with our stormwater drainage that they consider the whole drainage situation that we have. I must digress. My name is Connie Hedrick. I reside at 296 Summit Farms Trail, Moyock, North Carolina. So I live in Summit Farms, right back there in the red. So I'm adjacent to Oxford. So what the stormwater expert did not include in his demographics and topography was Canal A that runs concurrently to Guinea Mill, that runs between Oxford and Summit Farms, that adjoins at Guinea Mill, that goes out to, I'm nervous now because I'm tired.
Okay, take your time.
Goes out to Rolling Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have Canal B that's tidal. Now, see, we've talked about the 100-year floods. We've talked about this, but we haven't talked much in the demographics and the amount that in a 2 to 3 hour rain and a tidal nor'eastern, we can have up to 16 to 18 inches of water kind of stand around and look at us. Now, we've all established that this is flat farmland. This flat farmland, again, I'm not an expert, but this flat farmland has been tilled and burned for how many years? Ms. Jarvis, how many years?
Ask Owen.
Owen, I've been here since 2011, and I live on flat farmland, and I've made a point, because it was turned and burned, to make my property, the soil, to have better management. Well, if you know anything about soil and soil conservation and remediation, you will know that this little tablet right over here, it loses all the dexterity and the glue that holds the soil together. So therefore, the soil cannot absorb the water. There's no place for it to expel. There's no erosion control. But we've got a watershed that we voted for. Thank you very much for saying it's a pot of money there, but we haven't done anything yet. So we voted to be a part of that watershed so we could clean these canals out, clean these ditches. And I must apologize to the board for laughing hysterically over Cooper Garrett, but I drive Cooper Garrett. I'm a realtor. I cover Virginia, Northeast North Carolina, so I scoot across Cooper Garrett. Well, I do not know what the plans of the topography for those solar farms are, But in expert testimony, they also said that these farm ditches that are there to help with the drainage will not be filled in. If you go down Cooper Garrett, from that canal that goes where it starts past those Curver homes, all the way into the next one on the side where the Cooper, every single one of those culvert ditches are filled in. The only place that that water can go is to a canal. If it goes to a canal that is not cleaned out yet, it's got to flow uphill through to the other Southern farms, which borders Guinea Mill and Rolling Creek. So if it can't get there, guess whose properties it's going to sit on? Not only is that, we are septic, and we do not have, because we are ag, we do not have watershed, we do not have storm, we have septic. So when Matthew came and we had 18 inches of water for 4.5 days, it automatically just comes, but we had the Arbor, we had septics coming up, we had floating. That is a safety hazard to our concurrent neighborhoods. It is not safe to have this neighborhood done until we know the drainage can afford the soil that is there, the methods that are used can be put in place, that it does not roll into Eagle Creek, it does not roll into the solar farms. Now again, I'm not an expert, but I would think the stormwater person who said he took all those things from 2007 to date and added them, well, we're worried about rooftops, right? We're worried about drainage. But let me ask you, what is a solar panel? What is a solar panel? It's an artificial place that moves the rain it diverts it from its natural flow. And if we've got soil that looks like this with cables and prints and ditches that are filled in, where is that water going to absorb? Let's use the science. Get that person in here to say the absorption rate under the worst case scenario in a tidal 4-hour 6-inch rain can absorb it and it can roll off. In my farm that I can speak to, I have 18 to 20 inches of loamy soil. I have not tilled mine to make it organic. My choice, not everybody's choice. But I'm telling you, after that 20 inches, it's clay. And I believe that's why the expert said there's certain conditions for the sewage that has to take place, because when they start digging down to these outfall drainages and the ponds, the reservoirs, we're going to find clay. And I also thought that it was against our UDO to bring in fill dirt so that we could raise the topsoil and we could raise the elevation so that we would have a more curb and I want to say roll. It's help me out, landscaping people. Crown in the yard and the peak. Now, what we are going to have, according to this proposed here, in the bottom of the corner, we're going to have a doggy park, and we're going to have some green stuff. But where is all the erosion control going to happen with this runoff? We're going to have concrete that's not porous. We're going to have sidewalks all the way around it. It's beautiful. It's a great quality thing. But where are we going to be able to have the natural absorption of the water that God gives us that we cannot control? So my proposal is that I'm a realtor. We're in a housing crisis. I'm all for housing at the right point. But until we get the stormwater drainage thing for this area, and we make sure the ditches are fluid from the solar farms and that is constructed, I suggest you table it until that pot of money can make sure that those things are done so that we ensure the safety and well-being, sewage, water, housing, transportation, until we know that that study is not a speculation, but it is a good probability it can be enforced. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Going out.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one thing? Miss Connie, I was just gonna say, to my knowledge, the, county manager, some of the ditches that you were naming.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. There's currently RFPs, if I'm not correct, on some of those going out at this time.
No, we intend to move forward, but I'm not sworn. But,
Oh.
but actually, there has been work performed on ditches in that area. I mean, Soil and Water Conservation recently had a $250,000 grant, and they've done work in that area.
That's what I wanted to let her know, some of that.
I understand, and thank you for that comment, but I believe that's where is he?
Dylan?
Dylan was talking about who did the work, where was the work. I know they did some work on Getty Mill from the curb where the cable truck almost fell into the ditch for the solar farm, that we were blocked for 2.5 hours because they couldn't get it out of the ditch, down to where Providence is and where the end of that road is. To the best of my knowledge, that's the only work that's been done, Mr. Manager. And unless, like he also said, who and when did Roland Creek get excavated or dredged? Because when we did FOST, and the original proposers of the FOST, not the developers, but the original proposers of FOST, were supposed to dredge all of that around there, and they were supposed to, at their expense, dredge the creek. What was it? Roland Creek. See, I get nervous. I said it. We don't know how that happened. We don't know if the county paid for it.
The developer did.
The developer paid.
Well, however that did,
here-
as long as it's completed and done, that is an integral part of this watershed. And if that isn't done, then none of this is going to go anywhere. 'Cause
There has been significant work done. When FOST was brought online, they took it all the way to the sound.
Okay.
I mean, they opened it up all the way to the sound. You could see the water drain the next day. I drove through there and happened to come back, and it was empty.
Well, I
from where
do
it was,
know
but-
when Matthew came and we had all that water,
Right.
as you are aware, we went and talked, and then they went down to the solar farms and took a little kayak down there, and about three days later, water was moving. So I'm just going to say the other types of development that we are doing along this rural corridor needs to be considered on how it's going to stack. And it's a great presentation for this 177 houses and what's coming in and what's going out with that, and the basic utilities and schools and that. It's this physical safety. That is what I'm worried about. When are we going to have disease? When are we going to have the Albemarle finally come and say, we've got too much water standing for this many septic systems? And are they going to be independent septic systems in here on an acre of ground?
Yes.
Then how does that even happen?
My house is on a half acre, and I have septic.
Well, I'm just saying, if we have a tidal event, not a 100-year flood, but
Well,
a severe,
okay.
but
I think-
anyway.
I think we beat this.
Dead?
enough, but
I'm sorry.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
All right.
You did great, even though you were nervous. You did a great
Okay.
job, so thank you. All right. I got Steve, I'm going to get your last name wrong.
She took all my thunder.
Hedrick. Oh, there, okay. Same
Anyway.
last name. She has better handwriting than you, by the way.
She
Just to
does.
throw that out
She
there.
took all my thunder.
All right.
Anyway, I'll be brief. Steve Hedrick, 296 Summer Farms Trail, Mayak. I've seen the layout. You know, it's pretty. It looks great. Again, I'm going to pound on drainage for just 1 minute because we live at Summit Farms. We were placed in the Moak watershed, I don't know, a year or two ago. My understanding is that those canals won't have anything done to them until our area taxes generate enough money to pay for that area. I might be completely wrong on that, but that's what my understanding is. But lateral A does connect into Guinea Mill, and obviously if you looked at lateral A, it's very shallow and it's a little bit narrow. So with water seeking its own level, I do know something about water and hydraulic pressure. That canal will fill up first before it overflows Guinea Mill. Just my observations from living with Matthew and it breaching behind my neighbor's home. Secondly, I want to talk about is our egress. Commissioner McCord, I laughed at your Cooper Garrett statement. I'm sorry, but that was me too.
Right down the line.
Okay. I would love to see Cooper Garrett paved out, blacktop for better egress, but that'll probably get done after the Mid-County Bridge is built.
You're about right.
Probably. Just my thought. I talked to Mr. Etheridge about it, and we discussed why, not enough housing, blah, blah. So another form of egress we can could work out of putting Ridge Road, because the north-south traffic lights have changed. So right now it's stacking 5, 6, 7 deep, making a left-hand turn. And obviously everyone knows down here you can't make a left-hand turn in the summertime, even with a light. So my thought was we have White Pine out there dead-ended. Maybe if we could swing that up around behind the food line, maybe give the people in Quail Run some other egress out of there to help alleviate their burden of trying to get out, because they are very close, in the 35-mile-an-hour zone that everybody likes to take advantage of with speed and such like that, and stacking up vehicles. That, I don't know if that could be a possibility for the county to look into doing something like that for some more egress off Puddin Ridge. But right now, as we all know, car wrecks front of the food line, front of Puddin Ridge, Talls Creek all the time, and that effectively shuts down that entire corridor, that entire egress, unless we use, like I say, Cooper Garrett Road, depending on where you're at in the stack of vehicles waiting to get somewhere. So, thank you for listening. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Shawn Michaels? Here. I'm gonna get David's last name wrong. The other one with bad handwriting. Esty, is that you? That's you. You did better on the first page.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Do you need your name? All right. So name and address for the record, please.
My name is David Esty. I live at 563 Puddin Ridge Road. I'm
Thanks,
actually adjacent to this project. It actually butts up right against the back of my property for several hundred feet. I also would like to let you guys know that I own 3 engineering companies in the state of Virginia right now. I'm a degreed engineer. I have an MBA, and my PhD is in engineering. So the engineering that goes behind this is stuff that's right in my wheelhouse. I understand this stuff like the back of my hand. I've done large construction projects before. I built the Weston Tower in Virginia Beach down in Town Center, which is the tallest building in Virginia. I've been part of the Ocean Beach Club Phase 1 and Phase 2. I've done several slabs and tilt wall buildings, as well as a lot of mechanical, electrical, and marine engineering and naval architecture throughout my different companies that I'm operating currently today. And I got to tell you that I definitely have some reservations. The last town hall that we had in January, we asked Mr. Bissell specifically about the septic systems, 177 septic systems going in, knowing that there's clay just a couple feet below, and that we already have drainage problems. And plus, to add insult to injury there, we're bringing water in. So we have land back there, a couple hundred acres of land that doesn't perk, and we're going to dig out dirt that doesn't perk. We're going to put it on top and build up the land, and then we're going to expect it to perk. And we're going to expect that the 177 septic systems and everything else is going to be just fine and dandy using soil and dirt that doesn't perk. And the engineering on that, I got to tell you folks, does not add up. It does not add up, and it's a problem. And when you listen to the testimonies of the professionals today from the applicants, you'll hear a lot of "we will," "we anticipate," "we're going to model." You're talking about the residents of Currituck County, the residents of Moyock right now. Do we truly want to accept something that will be done, that will anticipate being done? I can tell you through my experience doing construction projects, especially phased projects, we'd oftentimes make every promise in the world to get Phase 1 awarded, because once you start Phase 1, you're not shutting them down, and you know it as county officials. Once they start, you're not going to shut them down. So they just got to appease you, tell you what you need to hear to get through Phase 1, and then that's it. The rest is history. So I implore you to not accept will-be's we're modeling, we anticipate. Let's see the facts. And if you need another engineering firm to look at those facts, you can count on me. I'll put my own staff, I'd put my own money up to review the stuff, because I can tell you right now I'm not comfortable with it, and I don't feel good. I have several other notes here to talk about other things such as school and travel. It's been kicked already. It's not my field of expertise, so I can't go into testimony. But what I can say is that I agree with a lot of what the residents are saying. The traffic definitely concerns me, and I implore you to truly consider. Don't take what ifs. Don't do we will do. We anticipate. We're planning. It's unacceptable. If they really want to build this project, tell them to put their money where their mouth is. Get absolute studies done. Not this we will, and let's get it in writing, and let's protect the citizens of Currituck. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Joanne Stick. Joanne? In the audience? Nope. All right, anyone else didn't sign up this evening that'd like to speak? Yes, sir. Did we swear you in? Or did you?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure
What's your
did.
name? What's your name?
My name's Steve Schultz. I live at 234 Greenview Road. My house backs up to the new development, actually to where the woods are at in that corner. My house is flooded 3 times there in the back of Eagle Creek. I guess it was our company that came up with our fabulous drainage plan for Eagle Creek that put my house 8 inches underwater, 7 inches underwater, you know, the list goes on and on. Now, I've been asking questions about drainage for a few years now from Currituck. I want to talk about the Eagle Creek Canal that runs behind my house. Now, they're going to put their drainage into the 2 canals that this one dumps into. Well, I will tell you right now, Eagle Creek Canal is a bowl. It does not drain to both canals like it's supposed to. It actually, both the canals go into it, and then it comes into our ditches in Eagle Creek, and that's when my house goes into water. I don't think that they're responsible for that canal. I don't know who's responsible for that canal. If somebody here knows, great. Last time I knew, it was the farmer. Everybody says the farmer. Well, there's no farm there now. It's two subdivisions. Who owns it? Who's going to clean it? Who's going to grade it?
Is this the waterway that has like the dam?
I don't know about a dam.
Eagle Creek
can I give
has.
you guys these pictures? I
Eagle.
went back there today at risk of bodily harm with all the thorns and whatever else was back there. So you can see that there's a pond. There's basically a pond in the middle of that canal. That's the center of that canal. And we haven't had rain. I don't even know when's the last time we had substantial rain, but that water's been sitting there for at least a month.
Mr. Schultz, behind your house from like 210 probably to about 250, all that is wooded, correct?
Yes.
But then like further east and west, I guess it would be east and west, it's clear, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So my area is where the water lands are at. I guess all the trees where the dog park's going to be and all that stuff. There won't be any houses behind me, and they're going to put a berm back there. And the berm is going to keep the water from that canal from backing up and going to theirs, but it won't keep it from coming into Eagle Creek. It'll actually reinforce it coming into Eagle Creek. Not any fault of theirs, but our ditches open up to this canal. This canal doesn't drain. It actually fills up before the water goes down to the ocean or to the bay where it goes. So I would like to know who is responsible for this canal and when is it going to be graded properly so the water goes away from my yard. Because I don't want to do another flood.
Well,
What ditch, if is Dylan still in here? I'm curious of what ditch, I know exactly where Mr. Schultz lives. I've known Mr. Schultz for 20 years. But, I'm trying to figure out what ditch it drains to.
It drains to both of them. I think the way it's supposed to be designed, and I'm no expert, but I think it's supposed to crown in the middle and then go to each of the canals, Rolling Creek and to Guinea Mill. But it actually is opposite. It actually goes down in the middle, so that when they're going to hold the 100-year storm, and then when it starts coming out, guess where it's going to go? Well, if my canal's not already full, it's just going to push it right back in Eagle Creek. And I'm no expert. I'll be the first to admit it, but water being what it is and gravity being what it is, it's fairly obvious it's going to fill the bowl first. And I've already had a flood 3 times, and I've done this many times, and I've been told that things were going to get done. There was money. At one point, I volunteered to be on the watershed for the area that I live in. Had a couple emails, never got anything back from it. About a year and a half ago, just out of the blue, I sent them another email saying, hey, did this committee ever form? Because I heard you had money, but you didn't have anybody to be on the council for it. Or I said, I'll do it. I'll do it again, but never got any word back. So
yeah, you're right. It went on a pretty good hiatus there, and you know we were talking about it recently, and since we put the larger overall tax district in place to deal with it, we have accumulated a nice pot of money at this point in time. So we now actually have real money to commit to go into fixing these and the problems. And now we just have to formulate a plan and work with soil and water to actually do that. I don't know that we'll go back to a committee because we have a Corps of Engineers study that tells us exactly what's wrong. So now we just have to implement what they've told us to do.
Okay.
And we are totally going to move forward with it as expeditiously as you can in county
I just want to
government.
point out there's a large tree right in the center of that thing.
Yeah, it's in the picture.
And there's
Yep.
also a lot of erosion on the berm on the back of Eagle Creek. Now, I don't know if that's Eagle Creek's problem. That's why I'm asking who owns the canal, because nobody will own the canal.
I think we'll just have to look into that. I mean, nobody
Okay.
could say right
I
here.
would assume, since this is, this entire project's on what's it called, the Pendleton Farm, and this little wooded area was called Pendleton's Thicket. And that ditch runs through it, so I would assume it belongs to the farm.
Well, that's the problem with assuming. We don't know. So, but we'll have to, we need to look into that.
Okay.
It's a very reasonable concern, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, I will close public comment. And we will take a break before we jump back into it, and I'm sure Mr. Swagler has some rebuttal. All right, let's get this meeting back in order and continue on with the business of Currituck County. Ms. Swagler, I'm assuming you're going to offer up a few statements.
I'd like to just briefly summarize the evidence. Now that we've heard from rebuttal witnesses, at this time, I'd like to ask that the presentation, the staff report, agenda, and all attachments, and the recordings of this meeting be admitted into evidence or into the record. I'd also like to move that the report from our school expert, Mr. Oshevsky, excuse me, be admitted as exhibit number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Accept that.
Tonight, I'd just like to summarize that we've met our burden by competent materials, substantial evidence on each of the 4 factors in front of you. The use permit will not endanger public health or safety, and that Mr. Bissell offered his expert testimony that the proposed uses meet all UDO provisions and exceed them in some circumstances. They include significant stormwater improvements that exceed the requirements of the UDO, as evidenced by the testimony of Mr. Deal, which included the full modeling and drainage for the 210 and 100-year storms, which exceeds UDO requirements. That the benefits would surround these improvements would improve the conditions on the existing area and really study the entire basin as a whole. Ms. Simpson also testified as to factor number 1, that the internal street and sidewalk network have been designed to mitigate any traffic conflicts, and congestion is reasonably expected from this development, but mitigated by the improvements and existing infrastructure. As to factor number 2, Mr. Howell testified that in his expert opinion, the property as developed will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it's located, based on his expert opinion and licensure and years of experience, as well as the report that he prepared and explained to the board. With respect to factor number 3, the proposed use will be in conformity with the land use plan and other officially adopted plans. Mr. Bissell testified at length as to the portions of the Imagine Currituck plan as well as the Moyoc Small Area Plan, and testified that the density, the buffers, and the layout of the plan are all consistent with that characterization in the small area plan, especially given the set aside of the 77 acres for rural kind of natural use and the 4.5 acres for the plant for the park. This was also confirmed in the staff report and the policies that were cited by Mr. Bissell. And finally, with respect to number 4, we had several witnesses testify that this proposed use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities with respect to utilities. Mr. Bissell testified that this has gone through several rounds of review with the TRC, notwithstanding kind of generalized knowledge about some concerns from several departments. The specific review of this particular plan through your own process in comparing what we proposed to the UDO produced a result that was brought to you today without concerns from fire or police. If there were remaining concerns, those would have been brought up through your process, and it passed through TRC and brought to you today, clearing those comments, and Mr. Bissell testified to that fact. That's also true with respect to fire, rescue, law enforcement, and other county utilities that were testified to by our experts. And finally, with respect to adequate public facilities for school capacity, we had Mr. Oshevsky, testify that the proposed use will not impair the county's ability to provide adequate public school facilities for the children produced from Lotus Ridge, and testified at length based on his decades of experience as a superintendent looking at these types of things and looking at the data provided from the county as well as the school board, that his expert opinion was that those two criteria could be met from the UDO. Importantly, although we are certainly sympathetic to the concerns of the public and what has been raised here today, I just want to reiterate that there are two different types of land use decisions that this board is commonly called on to make. One is legislative, where you can take almost anything that's before you and consider that in your decision making as you look to what the public health and safety would require. That happens in your zoning context. This, as you explained, Mr. Chair, is a very different context. This is a special use permit, which is a quasi-judicial hearing, and there are very strict rules under North Carolina law as to what can be considered. The testimony today was given, each of the speakers were tendered and offered and accepted as experts in their field, and they made their prima facie case on each of the 4 factors that I just outlined. North Carolina law is very stringent, and once that occurs, that evidence can only be rebutted by expert testimony of a same or similar kind. So a different expert coming in to undermine a report or come forward with personal knowledge that undermines something that's testified to today. And although we have great respect for the citizens and the opinions that they shared and the information, the questions that they raised, it simply doesn't rise to the level of what North Carolina law requires. And in this instant, the Supreme Court has ruled that if that burden has not shifted, that we've made our case and it's not shifted, then it's the board's duty under North Carolina law that the permit should issue. And we believe that based on the record that we've made here tonight, based on all of the expert testimony and the years of experience and credentials that those experts held, that we've proved each of those factors by competent material and substantial evidence as required by law, and we respectfully request that you approve the special use permit and preliminary plat here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Payment, you said you had a...
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I guess, ask our county attorney for clarification. And I guess everyone heard that we are under, I guess, sitting as, I guess, a jury, we are under strict guidelines how we can make decisions. And in your opinion, have we received any other expert witnesses or testimonies that we can consider in our decisions other than from the applicant, or have you identified any other ones out there?
No, I don't think so.
So in your opinion, the only expert witnesses that we've had testimony that we can consider is from the applicant?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we've come to the end of it, and as time to take action on this. Is there any further discussion among the board members?
I just have a question for the county attorney. Would staff report and school numbers that we were given count as evidence that we can consider?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, at this time, then I'll open the floor for a motion from anyone on the board.
Mr. Chairman, we've heard here tonight that opinions don't count, and regardless of what my opinion might be on this one way or the other, I am bound by the oath of office that I took to uphold the laws of North Carolina, the Constitution, and Currituck County. So with that, I'm going to move to approve PB 23-01 Lotus Ridge preliminary plat special use permit because the applicant has demonstrated the proposed use meets the review standards of the UDO. The board, the TRC Review Committee comments provided in the staff report shall become conditions of the approval. Special use permit review standards, the use has been demonstrated tonight will not endanger the public safety based on the expert witnesses that we've got. The number two, the use will not require to devalue the, the use will not injure the value of the adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it's located. And that was illustrated by the report from the real estate appraiser. Number three, the use will be in conformity with the land use plan or any other official adopted plans. And our own Director of Planning, Kevin Kemp, talked about that. And the use will not, number four, the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. Yes, we're going to be up against it in terms of the window of the schools opening, but the adequate public facilities ordinance says plans within 2 years, and we're definitely within that time window right now. And I will say that in 2007, I was on this board when the rezoning request came through. And Mr. Mims made the comment about 0.33 units per acre. And that was true when it was ag zoning in 2006. But it was rezoned in 2007. I did vote against the rezoning, and I told the owner of the property I would not vote for a rezoning to increase the density. But it was a pass by a 4-to-1 vote, and that's the position we find ourselves in tonight.
Thank you, sir. Do we need to throw the land forces? Or was he cited Kevin's, the director's, that he had brought forth as supporting policies in his commentary. Usually we call those out specifically. So I don't, if it needs to be a requirement of Commissioner Etheridge's.
44.
The other thing, Mr. Chairman, was I think we wanted to also add as a condition the phase-in plan.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's, yeah, that was in the.
That was part of Kevin's.
That was part of Kevin's
TR
presentation, TRC comments, phasing.
And all TRC comments and everything.
It's
yeah.
on page 44.
Right, well, I don't know if we
Did you, in your motion, refer to the policies in the staff report?
Yes, he
I
did.
said
Okay,
staff.
that's fine.
Yes. Okay, just want to make sure we didn't need to clean that up. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Carries. On to the next agenda item. New business, purchase and sale agreement of Neal property on Maple Road.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is the property that we discussed at our last meeting on It's 129 Maple Road. It's part of the airport.
Why don't we hold on for just a minute?
Yeah.
Hold on for a
It's
second.
probably-
Yeah, we got plenty of time. There you go now. Good night.
Do I? So what evidence did you find
Said
against?
that in his comment.
What evidence did you
He
find
felt like it
against
was morning time. Hey,
Well, he just testified we had it though.
the one thing with
Yeah,
traffic,
that we had the means to
over
get it.
1,000 people a
Okay.
day.
All right, so this before you is an agreement for the purchase of 129 Maple Road. It is the parcel that's supposed to be part of the airport layout plan. We discussed this at our last meeting. His original offer was 189. I negotiated with him and we got to 175 for that. We would pay land transfer, excise stamps, recording. When we do all that extra stuff, it'd end up being about 178, 179 altogether. But the purchase price would be 175. So this is the contract. The property owner has signed it. So this is for your review. If you have any questions, let me know.
Questions, comments, concerns? All right. Do we need a motion for
Move
approval?
for approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Selena? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next agenda item, board appointments. We have the Tourism Advisory Board. And that is me. All right, back up. And I'd like to move to put Ken Langford on the Tourism Advisory Board to replace Matt Paulson for my district. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is consent agenda. Any comments, questions, or concerns in the consent agenda?
Yes, sir. Under the consent agenda, we have a resolution recognizing May the 14th through the 24th as National Law Enforcement Week, and May the 15th, which is the day, as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Currituck County. And I think it's a time where we should all thank our law enforcement officers who are dedicated to our public safety. And it mentioned in the resolution that 556 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Memorial this spring, including 224 officers killed in 2022 and 332 officers killed in the previous year. And if anybody's watched TV, it's just unbelievable what some people do to people who are there to protect us. And I did want to recognize this in the
Thank you.
consent agenda. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a
For
motion?
approval.
No, thank you. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn our regular Board of Commissioners meeting?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now moving to the special meeting of the Tourism Development Authority. We have two budget amendments this evening. 278. One of which is $150,000 to fix the Corolla Village handicap ramp. And get the 276. What was the other one? Well, 1250. The one that's been washed out at the White House ramp. Yeah. That's why it's getting fixed. Hopefully it's there when they're done. Yeah, it's getting a full rework. So,
Going lower, right?
yes, I guess.
The ramp,
Yes.
that, I mean, I think that's gonna be the best call for it.
Moving it back.
It's kind of going back, going back toward the dune.
Got it. Not deeper, just.
No, it's the,
That was the amended,
yeah.
amendment. We added that to our consent agenda so we could move it.
Budget items.
All right, so I'll move for approval on those.
Second.
Thank you. Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
And now we have Ocean Sands budget amendment on page 278, which is repairs, contract service, supplies, and capital outlay of $40,000. I'll move to approve those amendments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, can we have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for a long, productive evening.